At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $50.
At this point, we want to make sure that monetary policy is restrictive enough and sufficiently restrictive. So that's how we think about those two-sided risks, or how I think about it. I don't want to speak for my colleagues.
So changing subject just a little bit. You told us. I was wondering if you could tell us more about your
down
Duke
$3-4
connection.
off that. That was insane.
Your uncle and his historic role here in the university, and I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about his legacy and kind of what it means to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that question.
At least TLT.
You know, when I came on campus today, I was thinking about what happened when we were approaching Chapel Drive in our large green Gran Torino, lime green Gran Torino station wagon, announcing that the Cook family from Milledgeville, Georgia was here. And, you know, we were 5, 6, 7 years old. We saw this place that looks like it came straight out of Grimm's Fairy Tales. Okay, for all of you who don't know Grimm's Fairy Tales, you probably know about Harry Potter. So it looks like this is a setting of Harry Potter. So for me, this is a magical place. And I would always go back to school telling my classmates, I'd been to fairy tale land. I'd been to the land of Grimm's Fairy Tales. And it was just so beautiful. It was so green. The buildings were so large and they were so beautiful. So I just had a connection here because it was special. It was a special, magical place. My uncle found opportunity here that he wasn't able to find in other places in the United States. So at that time, women and African Americans, underrepresented minorities, were rarely given tenure track contracts at universities. So my uncle had part-time positions or adjunct positions, visiting positions at universities across the United States. And these are major universities across the United States, including UCLA. But none was willing to grant him tenure. He'd already published quite a bit for that time. Publishing standards are different, so he published quite a bit at that time. But Duke was the one to take the risk of having an African American on its faculty in the Deep South. This was a huge deal, and it wasn't easy always. My uncle was in the class of 1948. At Morehouse College with Martin Luther King Jr. They were very good friends, and we're still close to the King family. And when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, my uncle was key in making sure that people reacted on campus, that students reacted on campus in a way that was in line with his memory, in a nonviolent way, that buildings weren't burned down. And that was happening in a lot of, as you know, that was happening in a lot of cities, on a lot of campuses in the United States. So again, Duke is a special place for us. Ultimately, my uncle went to become president of Dillard University in New Orleans, and we enjoyed that too, but this has a really special place in our hearts. It was seminal to see someone in a role as a professor doing what professors do. I know that is a privilege that many people don't have. But what we know about the economics profession is that there's a lot of inertia. There are a lot of parents who are economists. I didn't have economists as parents. My mother was a professor of biology and nursing, but I did have a role model in my mom, who was a tenured professor at the college campus I grew up on, doing the same thing my uncle was doing here, and my uncle and other people in my family. So he was a major part of that. Yeah, he was really special in that regard, and I am grateful to Duke for putting his name on several things around here.
We'll talk about it in a little bit.
Every time I come.
Don't worry.
Certainly grateful.
It is Monday, so keep that in mind. This is Lisa Cook
We have a lot of
the
students here
Fed.
from around the
She's a
world.
voter, I'm pretty
You
sure.
studied various places around the world yourself. And so I wonder if you have thoughts about, just kind of thoughts about the value of studying.
She's
studying
a voter.
in another country and another culture.
She actually has way more weight than Boss Stick
Stick
or even a couple of Fed people you've heard recently.
That's an excellent question, and I'm not agnostic about it at all. I think you see on my CV that I've learned 5 languages outside of
spy
English.
over TLT.
Now, I'm from a town
I don't
of
like to
13,000
impose my
people,
will upon
and
anybody.
the only way I was going to get out of
that
a
his
small
will be
town
done.
was to
But I
learn
can
some foreign
overlay
languages,
it.
go real far.
You know what I'm saying?
right?
I ain't trying to make
I planned my junior year abroad, my junior year in high school. So, 5 years before, down to 15-minute increments because that's how good train schedules were. And I had to send off for them. Okay, for you all who were here, this is pre-internet. This is in the dark ages. Okay, this is not exactly cave people time, but this is in the dark ages. I sent away in each language to get these schedules from
Personal
the
anecdotes
German train system, from the French train
you get to
system,
learn
from the
more
British
about
train system.
You like my personal anecdotes.
It was just
You don't get
special
mad when
to
I
be
start
able
ranting.
to do that. But what
I think I'm
was
funnier, but
the
still,
purpose of that? What was
it's good.
what were the
Actually,
implications
we're
of that?
hearing
First,
some.
I was able to explore my curiosity about the rest of the world, and that was what I was trying to do in escaping from a small town of 13,000. That's the first thing. How did different cultures, different societies solve problems, whether they are economic problems or
SYBT,
societal
yo,
problems? How did they do it?
Too.
Is the
So
way we do it the
SYBT,
only
1%
way that
pop,
it's done?
but then
And I found out
UNH
that
and
wasn't
Cigna,
true.
yo, Cigna's
But
popping.
the second thing this offered
yeah, that's interesting.
was
Cigna's
that
a decent pop.
I questioned data a lot more. So you are producing data about, say, production in a particular economy. Well, what if another country
Exploring
is
sale
producing
of
different
something?
things from what you are, or they are working in different industries?
Cigna's already
there was
up
a
a
lot
lot.
of, so I spent my
But that
junior
could
year
move a little
in
bit.
France.
Again, watch
There's a lot of
UNH as
winemaking.
well.
Like, how does that feature into the national accounts? How does that have implications for one's health? People walked a lot more
Cano
in
owns
Europe
60%
and had
of
better
Life W.
connections with respect to public transportation. Are there
man.
Outcomes
Are
that
people
we
gonna
should see
trade
as a
this one?
result of that? How does this
Some
differ
cost.
from the U.S.? So I think it was important to be in other countries for that reason
already at 15,
and to
but
put myself
people are
in the
attaching,
shoes
Cano to
of
Life
other
W.
people and of other societies. I think it was really important for that reason.
Great. So I have one final question, which is just, we have a lot of students here, and so students, what would you say to students who are thinking about, what they want to study and kind of the value of economics from your perspective?
That's a good question. I don't have just one answer to it. Let's see. I would say that this is, without exaggerating, this is the best time ever to study economics. Why? Because we have more access to data than we've ever had. We have so many more tools
Cigna's starting to
to
pop a little bit
analyze
harder
those
off of that.
data, and we're getting better and better, just like we are okay, I'm not going to say better and better necessarily with respect to AI, but we're just making advances that took years to make in economics before. I would say that it's also a cool time to research economics because there used to be a question when I was coming up for tenure, is this economics? Is X economics? So this was a paper, one of my primary lines of research
What's that
was on
SYBT,
the
bro? That shit
impact
ran 4
of
right there.
violence on
I have no news
innovation.
on that one. Check that one.
And many of my colleagues in the profession didn't
Is this
necessarily
lady
see
boring?
innovation, so how we
I've done
create
work.
new ideas, as being economics.
I don't
Until
know.
Paul Romer got a prize for his work in this area. So,
It's interesting. I think she got my
clearly we
attention with how it
validated in
opened
that
up.
sense.
The
But
topic of
why
this had me listening.
look at
It's not.
the
It wasn't that
impact
bad.
of
Like I said, I've seen worse.
violence on
SYBT. I don't have a head.
innovation?
That's
Well, because
6%,
it's
bro.
fundamental to productivity.
6%.
It's fundamental to how economies grow. And right now, certainly,
This is
some
Lisa
of the people
Cook, Fed voter.
who came up to me, and I'm not making this up. I've been telling this story for 10 years. When I gave that seminar on the impact of
Check Dell now.
violence on patenting, on things that require quiet, directed study. The people who would come up to me were from Russia, Ukraine, and Israel. And look at what's happening right now. And if you think it's not relevant, now economic activity is just one outcome. There is human suffering that is tremendous that goes before this. But in talking to an audience of economists in a journal, I'm talking about economic outcomes. And we think about this as not being relevant. What we thought about at the time in the early 2000s was that if you had intellectual property rights,
you can hear me.
That was enough
Check news on
to
Dell.
protect productivity, to protect invention and innovation. And my argument was because of this travel that I did, because of the things that I saw, that's not enough. Protecting the rule of law is actually very, very salient, for example. And I just used an historical example. And in fact, it was conversations with...
Cigna working with investment bank to explore sale of Medicare Advantage business. And then Dell, total server shipments expected to return to significant growth above 15%. So you got Dell, looks like guidance update, and then Cigna goes, but Reuters is reporting Cigna looking to sell off Medicare Advantage unit. And then the Ming Cho, so tweet on Dell. All right, you're getting a couple of things right now. But later, I'm going to go back. That's Lisa Cook speaking. She's a voting Fed member. SYBT, that just went 6% off of nothing. But now Dell getting guidance numbers. And then Cigna, we had that news like 5-6 minutes ago. There's the confirmation.
System decisions taking into account of opinions of scholars representing the academia, politicians representing the public sector or public interest, and also financiers definitely representing the financial system. So in practice, besides hiring officials from different backgrounds, how do we maintain this balance and keep the independence of the Fed system?
That's a good question. Could you say again what that second group of people was?
3 groups. First, the academia.
Right.
Second, the public sector or the public interest. I assume they come from politicians. Might come somewhere else.
So come from politicians. Okay. Yes. And the third category was?
Is financiers, bankers.
So you're right. We're an independent agency. Our chief source of information is going to be official data and any other data sources we have. We certainly interact a lot with financial institutions, right? I mean, to do this survey, we have to interact with market participants, so we know a lot from them. We talk a lot to people who are in the real sector. I recently talked to a shipping and logistics agency or company because they can give us a sense of what's going on, again, before we get the official data. So what's happening with packages? Are people still buying things? What's happening? What do you see happening with consumer demand?
Yeah, bro.
We talk to financial institutions. Well, we have to talk to financial institutions more than others because we're in charge
for the Fed, and she votes for push-ups.
Evaluating and assessing them.
Let's go, baby. Stand up a little bit.
But that's where
I was
we
already
look
getting
for
some, and then you said that.
We're
I was like, exactly. I'm doing some lunges.
We have a lot of skilled
Let's go, baby. Get
staff,
up. Do 10 push-ups.
And there is great.
If you can hear me, do 10 push-ups.
Done a lot of different places, including Duke University. So I think that's where we look first, and that's where we look most often. And we treasure our independence. And if we want to keep it, we have to make sure that we're looking in the right places for the information that will inform us about our decisions.
Hitting chest, baby. Good work.
Yeah,
chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in.
Yes.
Legs in front of you. Stop it.
Independent research. Yes.
So thank you so much for coming. I mean, so this has obviously been a really challenging economic environment, coming out of a global pandemic, and so I'm a macroeconomist, so I can say that I would say the Fed has done a pretty amazing job. In the Fed, we've sort of had a soft landing as much as it would seem. But one thing I'm kind of struck by is that when I talk to people, particularly a lot of my friends and young people, they're really pessimistic about the economy, despite the fact, I look at the JOLTS data, and things look pretty good. So are you concerned about that, or is there, do you have any theories about why people are so pessimistic, even though in the headline economic data looks pretty good?
No, that's an excellent question, and I think one that gets raised every day. So if the economy is doing better, if this disinflationary process that we keep talking about is actually in process, then why are people so upset? And I ask myself, why am I so upset? Well, I know why I'm upset, because I have Gas Buddy on my phone. And I'm looking around and I'm like, so when the price is going to get back to where they were before, right? I mean, so we're not just looking, most Americans are not just looking for disinflation. You and I as macroeconomists are looking for disinflation. They're looking for deflation. They want these prices to be back where they were before the pandemic. And that means that supply has to get back into better balance with demand. And that is a longer term process that many of us thought would be the case. So that's my own theory. But I hear that a lot, and I don't have to wait for articles about that. I hear that from my family, from lots of different people.
Ellen, next.
Yeah, thanks so much for your remarks today, and it's great to have you here. I know Pat
That's a
asked
reporter.
you about the
You don't go to college.
So I have a question for you on that. There was a lot in the press
don't sound
about
like a
run-up
university
and tightening of
student.
financial conditions since the middle of the summer. 100 basis points
She's a
on the
plant.
10-year Treasury, something that's pretty akin to the taper tantrum period in 2013. But then it seems like the reaction to Chair Powell's press conference last week was that the Fed's done, and some of that has come out of the 10-year yield. I'm wondering how you're thinking about that in terms of the tightening of financial conditions around whether or not the Fed's done, needs to go one or two more times. I'd be interested in your thoughts on that.
Right. No, that's an excellent question. One of the most interesting things to watch that I didn't watch before when I was sitting at MSU was the press conference and the market reaction to the press conference. Oh, you've never
seen that?
And I look at, for example, financial conditions loosening. The market going up tremendously, and yields on the 10-year coming down. And I'm thinking, did they hear what I heard? Like, how did you get that? So I am interested. I'm still learning about how the market reacts, and it's not as though the market is something distant from me. I worked at Sullivan Brothers before, and I worked at several financial institutions before, and I'm trying to think about how my colleagues think. And I'm still trying to put the pieces together. But what I hope is always that they get the message that we're trying to send with our actions, with our communications. As you know, those are really important. So I continue to watch and try to understand what's going on, because I rarely have a good answer. I didn't have a good answer for the the taper tantrum. I didn't have a good answer for that. That was baffling while it was happening. So I'm not sure that I understand everything that goes on now, but I think just as we did, we keep monitoring financial conditions to see how the market reacts and to see, this isn't the first concern. The first concern is meeting the dual mandate, but obviously this matters for financial stability and for how long we have to keep interest rates where they are, how restrictive monetary policy is. So again, we're looking for this soft landing. We're looking for the Goldilocks scenario. We're trying to balance these two-sided risks, and we hope we'll be able to land the plane in this soft and precise way. But we'll see. We're hoping.
She pretty much said what I said with the Powell. She said, "Did you hear what I heard?" AKA, the market went up, and she heard something that she thought would have made it go down. So what she said was kind of hawkish there. She is a voter, but then again, she kind of didn't hit it on the head.
The research center that I read.
Great.
I had an observation and then I had a question. The observation is that technically the Fed is a creature of the Congress. it is not independent
She's
in
like
the
smiling
strict
at him.
sense. So I was wondering if you could give some observations about how the Fed maintains that position of independence as it negotiates with the Congress ultimately. And then the second question is, what are the thoughts that you all give collectively in the process of making your decisions about the impact of the policies that you pursue on subgroups of the U.S. population? Since there's not necessarily a uniform impact across all members of the population.
That's right. Okay. These are great questions. So, with respect to Fed independence, you're absolutely right. And one example of that is the CBDC. So we've been asked, well, I'm sure we're asked every week, Fed officials are, about adopting central bank digital currency. And our position is we don't have the authority to do so.
Let's go,
Congress
baby.
has to
God
give
bless
us
you,
that.
KLP.
Congress gave us the
KLP
stable
and
prices
PDP.
first, part of the dual mandate, and then gave us the full employment.
How did that sound
part
over
of the
loud
dual-
Fed?
Or maximum employment part of the
God bless
dual
you.
mandate. So you're right. If we
Happy Monday.
are doing anything, it has to be within the bounds of what has been statutorily handed over to us as a responsibility. So you're absolutely right about that. Now, I think that I'm still learning about the interaction between the Fed and Congress. It is typically the chair who is on the Hill testifying, twice for the Humphrey Hawkins testimony, reporting to Congress on our progress on inflation, on stable prices, and maximum employment. But other times, Jay may be testifying on other issues at least twice a year. And the same is true for the vice chair for supervision. So they want to hear from us. So there's already this kind of interaction. But they also go to the Hill to speak to lawmakers about various policies as well, to explain it to them. I give briefings, for example, to new lawmakers, and always happy to do that, to explain what's going on with inflation. So there is a lot of interaction, but I get the sense that they respect our independence to make decisions independently. Now, they're going to give their views, right? You know, I cannot go to the Hill without somebody saying, could you stop raising interest rates, please? I cannot do that. But they respect it. It's often in jest because they understand that in order to do our job, we can't have the interference of different groups, different political groups, different political views. So they respect that we have to do our job independently. So there is interaction there. So thank you for bringing that up. With respect to subgroups, I think that the data are parsed in a way that allows us to look at both the aggregate data and the distribution. And I think in this economy, it is very important to also look at the distribution. So you're right, monetary policy is a fairly blunt tool. You can't make monetary policy for individual subgroups, but you also should be aware of how groups are being affected by monetary policy. So I mentioned in my speech that what we know is that low income groups and those with lower credit scores are facing a lot of hardship right now. They've exhausted their savings. So the economy looks quite different from what it may look in the aggregate, because consumer spending continues to surprise us, but it's not everybody spending. So I think that we have to be aware of how this is evolving, and there may be a role, so going back to your first question, there may be a role for redistribution based on another government agency and not the Federal Reserve. there may be interventions that may be necessary. Let's say child care support, if that turns out to be important, if that has gone away, and we see women's labor force participation falling as a result of the child care fiscal supports being expiring, then maybe those could be renewed. But that's not something the Federal Reserve can do. But we can show others the data. That would be our role. This is where we see participation falling, for example. So thank you for those good questions.
I think we have time for one final question. Fine.
Thanks for coming today. So during last night's Sunday night football game, there was an ad opposing Basel III Endgame, which to my knowledge is...
Are you kidding? Are you serious?
No, yeah.
At a football game?
On the Sunday night football game, yeah.
Really?
Prime time, NBC, yeah, opposing Basel III Endgame. So to my knowledge, that's the first time there's ever been a commercial regarding bank capital requirements. But just curious to get, I know you voted for it. Just curious to get your perspective around the trade-off between making the banking sector more resilient via higher capital requirements, particularly as it pertains to the largest banks, and what the banks are saying, and perhaps you don't agree with it, which is it's going to lead to less credit intermediation from the banking system, or I guess more concerning would be more, less credit intermediation in the banking system, more in the non-bank sector, of course less regulated. How do you view that trade-off, I guess, as it pertains to Basel Endgame?
So thank you for telling me that. I got to start watching Sunday Night Football, I guess. So yes, I voted for it. I worked on this a bit when I was at CEA. So the thing that I was struck by was that this was just being put into place, and I finished my time at CEA in 2012, as you heard, right? So this is 11 years later, and I am still cognizant of what happened during the GFC, and I'd like to avoid the GFC if at all possible. That's one of our one leg of our responsibilities, not a part of the dual mandate, but a big responsibility is financial stability. So that was my first concern. Now, I look forward to, as I was saying in the hearing or in our open board meeting, that I look forward to the comment period, because now is the time for them to make any comments, to tweak the rule if it's needed. But I would like to see them, and that will inform my view. Because as I was saying, I need to catch up on what the new analysis is. I mean, and I've been catching up, and I can catch up from many quarters, but certainly within the Fed, I've been catching up on what's happened in that 11, 12 years. So want to hear from as many people as possible. And the comment period anything that would make the best rule possible. So I look forward to receiving those comments.
Man down. UAV
thank
online.
You everyone for your questions, and just join me again. And
Fed tried to take us out. Thank you. That was a weird set of clapping, man. That was a weird set of clapping. Lisa Cook, again, she is a Fed voter. I know she was loud. I was talking a little bit. I wasn't on the Twitch there. Don't worry. We got to play along for a little bit. That wasn't too bad. I was on the phone. I might be getting the E-Trade up today, so we got some good news there. But for the most part, we need to talk a little bit about the market. I hope you watched yesterday's watch list. Lisa Cook didn't say much. If you really, from the beginning, we kind of moved up a little bit because and the bonds even got a bid because she was talking financial conditions. She was talking about financial stability and how things aren't good. Again, literally the exact reason why we went up when Powell started discussing it. So I think the market kind of has been favorable to those talks because it means that, in the Fed is talking about it, that means they're aware and they're going to be more supportive. But you kind of moved around a little bit. But then again, a lot of you guys were like, wait a minute, we ain't doing anything. It's Monday, baby. So usually the Mondays are green, but like, I hope how this is playing out doesn't affect you too much. We are 30 minutes off a euro close. So remember, you did have an early euro, but for the most part, I mean, Mondays don't have to do too much. But what I wanted to show you, another thing that we talked about on the watch list is where we're at in the other times. So remember, after any of these gap ups, like I want you to notice, I mean, these gap ups have not occurred that often. But if you do go back through other times, again, like let's actually go to March. So again, you had some of the gap ups here in March a little bit, not as big, but the next couple of days, even a couple of weeks, you kind of chilled out before it turned into an absolute rally. So again, it maybe, I think a lot of people were hoping we just kept going crazy, but in terms of this 4 or 5 day rally, but really we got to ask ourselves if this is going to chill out. Again, like I was telling you on the watch list, that boils down to the 10-year getting below 4 or 5. If you don't notice, we went right below 4 or 5, and then we bounced off of that. So it's not too good. We want to see where it ends up totally. But like I'm saying here, you even go look at the other times we've had these gap ups and rallies. Same thing applies for bonds too. But where else? Other November, it still took a couple of days. The days after you kind of stopped going up, you worked your way out there. I think it was a couple of weeks, and then you started to go crazy. So even though we have this rally, what I'm trying to say is maybe be prepared for the market to kind of cuck you a little bit and go back and forth. I think that's a better way to put it. So, yeah. NVOS reverse split. What's NVOS? IWM's down 1%. Again, it doesn't help that regionals and bank stocks are down here. But again, I mean, the story, rates kind of went up a little bit. They've almost went up a quarter after hitting 4.5. So, I mean, in general, any of those rate sensitive stuff, I think even MPW, the REITs. Wait, didn't O have earnings? XLRE's down 1.4, KRE's down 0.6. So, yeah. We did push-ups. I threw it in. I don't know if you guys heard me. I threw it in there. I started doing some lunges and some back workouts. I don't know if Lisa Cook was interrupting me, but we were like right there. It's good. We got 30 more minutes too. We'll get the next set just in case. O had earnings. I thought O bought some. They showed up on the calendar. Lisa Cook is a voter, yes. So that's what actually made her a little bit more important than not. Again, and the fact she was talking financial conditions and how things are. But, she sounded a lot like Powell to a degree too, but definitely had her own takes. Whoa. You see that? The wire just tweaked. Oh, is that? I thought O reacted the other week because they bought that one company for like $7 billion. And then you have Disney, and then a couple of other ones. No, I think it was that day they dropped 7% off of the buyout. I don't know. I feel like they could have reported, but they did show up on the calendar. So, I wouldn't be surprised. I could double check one more time. Oh, what a ticker. Yeah, earnings November 6th. That is today after the bell. SPY ignoring the technical. Wait, is my high-low ticker not working? Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, that looked weird. Yeah, they bought Spirit Realty. That's what it was. SPY ignoring the technicals. I think SPY is in a weird range. I think everybody's trying to figure out if the bonds are not, if the rally's real. Remember, everybody was talking about supply announcements last week, and then this week the bond supply is going to hit. And, to start off the week, the bonds were like, nah, man, the bonds did not show up to work today. They're still holding up. We don't know if they're going to go on a bender here, but at the end of the day, the bonds, out of everything, they did not come to play. The dollar held up. Dollar was looking good. Again, dollar's still pretty elevated, though, but for the most part, the bonds are there. Dominoes. Again, Cano's running. People were linking Cano to the what's it called? The Life W. And Canada's up another like 10-15% off of that. And then Domino's, they just showed up on the high ticker, but nothing crazy. We do have Powell. Again, I'm seeing people say Powell once, but I saw him twice on my schedule this week. So maybe one of them he doesn't talk about money, but we're going to hear from him. There isn't really any other data besides Powell. So I think either Powell or bonds, whichever speaks first, will kind of do the trick. Cart's still holding up. SPY's just chilling at VWAP, baby. Again, you got early Euro close. It feels like it's 1 p.m. right now, but it's only 9 o'clock Pacific time. So we've been here for about, 2.5 hours? I know, it's just sunny outside, baby. It's just sunny outside. The sun is up very, very early, but for the most part, it's only been a couple of hours. We've been in the same spot. We're just like, We're 30 minutes off a Euro close. Give your thoughts about buying Costco every paycheck. Out of my paycheck, regardless of the price. It's my way in and what I feel comfy with. I mean, if you are going to stick with a plan of like minimum 10 years, then I would be down with it. I would be down with it, bro. I think that could go a long, long way. That could go a long, long way. So the issue we've talked about recently is that people are buying stuff and then with a plan and then not really sticking to that plan. So as long as you're telling me I'm going to buy it arbitrarily at any price, but you have like a plan to hold it for X amount of time and give you the benefit of averaging down in that position, I'm all for it. So yeah, I'm down. As long as you stick with it for 10 years. Life W again. Again, maybe that's why Cano's going up. VST. That thing's on the high, 52-week high. Vistra. You don't have any stocks? You just saw the live stream and came on? Well, what's up, man? How you living? Yeah, long-term's good, though. I don't know if that's... that's my plan. That's what we talk about. Do you play 2K? I mean, that's kind of how I've been starting random conversations off lately, if you don't like stocks or anything. You like philo? What would be the effects if the bond market crashes? Kind of dramatized, but not dramatized. Everybody would die. So I mean that in a way I giggle because like it would cause a lot of destruction. I legitimately think that like if the bond market imploded and let's just say the Fed, the government, let's say for a couple weeks just wasn't able to support it, yields, everything goes crazy, and it just like it becomes almost impossible to fund things. I would almost assume it would lead to a loss of life. As crazy as that may sound, but we shouldn't have that issue. I don't know if it's happened in a couple of other countries throughout the course of history. Again, even things that occurred during the Great Depression. I mean, that was kind of tantamount to a bond market collapse. But yeah, I don't know if it would be crazy. It would be crazy, but I don't think it would happen. Not quite yet. Maybe if Japan really becomes a problem, but who knows? I mean, honestly. By the time we all get older, I'm sure we'll see a lot more. But that would be the ultimate fear. Short squeeze in bond market. Well, we'll see what Miss Yellen says about that. That's the interesting part. There is definitely squeezes that can occur, but there is bigger actors. So like. I guess the question would be, hopefully this doesn't happen with us, but why doesn't Japan ever get a short squeeze on their bonds? They still got negative yields. Bank of England, Hugh Pill, also seeing more signs of slowing activity. Rate policy remains restrictive for the UK, says inflation remains too high. And then Pentagon says number of civilian casualties in Gaza is in the thousands. And then Biden spoke with Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu Monday morning to discuss the latest developments in Israel and Gaza. because the central bank owns most of it. Well, yeah, I mean, we still have, again, the government. The Fed is a buyer, the Treasury is a seller. So don't underestimate how that impacts, the bond yields and the funding markets. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if there was a problem where, the Treasury and Fed were not able to influence the bond market like they normally do, then it's kind of weird what they have. I'm getting paid today. You'll have 100 left over. What can I invest in? Or to turn the 100 into 1,000 or so. So that is, if like 100 to 1,000, like, I mean, you could probably hit an option play or like a good sports parlay. It just depends. But what I would say, we talked about this today, a better idea would be to take that $100 that from every time, you're like, I get paid today. You know what I'm saying? So like every time you get paid and you got that $100 left over, take it and then set it aside, and then you buy stocks to hold where they're not going to go 100 to 1,000 in a fast amount of time, but in a long time, they will be able to. So that's the idea, little by little. Roulette table. I mean, you could go for an option. But no, like, just every time you get paid, take that $100 and then set it aside and then go buy, stuff you actually know about and use, some blue chip companies, get a couple of them, and then that's it. I mean, again, it's not as if we've turned $100 into $1,000 several times, but it doesn't offer the same level of security because we've also turned $100 into a $100 loss 10 times. So you got to find the balance there, but we've had this talk today, and I think it's been great. Again, just make your decisions, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years, and just like little by little, it'll go a long way. I mean, I always see a lot of generations and people even in my generation just always downplaying, the impact of the, what do they say? Small streams make great lakes, and that's generally the idea. And the best time to plant the tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Oh, my goodness. Why are British gilts called gilts? Because of the gilded edge, I believe. It's like the shape of the actual bond is called a gild or a gilt. It's a gilted edge. And that's why they have the name gilts. Dell is literally 3%. Again, that was what the tweet, analyst tweet about numbers going up. DraftKings too. I saw that hit a 52-week high right there. Again, big tech is still holding on. I mean, I think everything's 50-50 still, or what we had in the morning. You're at VWAP, but if you do remember, again, it's been mostly, I think at least like 60% of the names on the market have been red. Proof Group is running to relaunch FTX. Hot dog. Who would you use FTX if they came back? Like, how many of you would go with like a rebranded FTX? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they were like, brought to you by the makers who made FTX, but this time not fraudulent. Better platform. More trade. More crypto shit tokens. Come rocket to the moon. Here at New FTX, we're going to do things different. We're no longer vegan. We eat as much beef and steak as ever. This time, instead of incorporating in the Bahamas, you can now operate with us based out of a new Cayman Islands institution. We're so excited here at the New FTX. We're no longer going to have orgies between management. So here we decided a really, really strict culture of focusing on the mission to make sure you get the best trades, best execution, FTX, and we're going to give to charity again. Everywhere 2025, brought to you by the Federal Reserve and Nancy Pelosi and Maxine Waters. Just in time for the election. Whoa, 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 calm down. I think I broke my mic. I was playing with my mic and I was wobbling. It was wobbling around. I didn't want to be here. We work hard for this. All right, I think we good. Next TF. I mean, this stuff's getting crazy, getting scary. Cucumber token. What? Stop, you guys. Stop. You gotta calm down. Dang it! I broke my mic, you guys. The stand is collapsing. I just can't move it as much. He's ready to fall. I see it in his eyes. Yeah, REITs getting smacked. I mean, the rates, that's the thing. We're still kind of, are people talking bond short squeeze or not? But, like, we don't even know how this thing's going to actually play out. Like, if, it's only been first day back after a massive rally. If the rates climb back up, and the SLUs today as well, the SLUs are going to be the senior loan officer survey. That's going to, there's a little worry. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it this morning. I wasn't really factoring that in, but a lot of people are kind of getting a little hesitant towards it. So we'll see. I'm glad you liked the Cayman Islands joke. And I'm glad, so I hope you got it. Because that's the funny part. I feel like they would do that. I don't know. That'd be crazy, though. Would somebody bank with FTX? Like, would you, like, who uses the rebranded FTX? Actually, who's going to take the sponsorship? What am I saying? Never mind. That's where it depends. Just wait. Let's see who the first one to take the new FTX sponsorship. That's it. They're going to get Kevin O'Leary. And he'd be like, I told you it was a good investment. I'm like, man, nah, O'Leary for sure. For sure. Fortune favors the brave. Fortune favors the brave. Yeah. 2 standard deviation plays for Celsius. I'm down with it, honestly. Maybe even, I don't know, maybe you could wait till afterwards, but you might miss out on some. But remember, they had that split news as well, too. So, I don't know, I think it could be good. How much did he have in FTX? I don't think O'Leary kept any money in FTX. I think he's smart, stupid enough to sell it to you, but I don't think he kept any money with them. But I think they paid him out about $10 to $15 million in promotional fees. There is earnings after the bell. There's we were just talking about that. I think some of you asked about Upstart as well. It's still early. It feel late. It feel like 10 o'clock. But it's only 9, so your body is used to getting an earnings preview right now. Your circadian rhythm, due to daylight savings, you think it is 10:16 a.m. right now, but it's not. He got paid $10 million and then lost it when FTX went under. I really don't believe that he lost it when it went under. Or maybe he quote-unquote lost it, but I'm sure he still has a claim to it. But he was compensated $10 million to shill you FTX. You were hyping Celsius hard last week. They had good news last week, and I mean, a lot of people like them. Wasn't somebody else? Somebody else was getting really big on Celsius. But they've killed it. Again, I like Elf. That's the one I'm in on the makeup company. But like Elf and Celsius, I honestly... Both of these companies, like their earnings this last 12, they've killed it. All they've done is beat and raised and they've done very well. Like honestly, in an environment where everybody's been kind of weird about it, I mean they've killed it. So I really do like them. But the only problem, just like Elf, I'm glad I got Elf a little cheaper, but it still kind of struggles here. But at the end of the day, I mean these, they both have a lot of premium. Yeah, Airbnb's down 3 and Booking's up 3, and then Expedia's up. It's very weird considering, I think out of the whole travel space, they're the worst. Actually, airlines came down. They were all doing good off of Ryanair, but then only Ryanair managed to stay alive. And then we got Uber tomorrow morning. Paycom? I thought we already had Paycom. Didn't they get destroyed? You thought Celsius was too expensive at 100 last year. They just keep growing. That's the crazy part. So, like, again, I think even like 100 or 50% in the last year, which is amazing to think about. But they're really out there, man. It's like kind of, I guess some people are thinking like getting in on Red Bull. But either way, if they could continue the growth, that's it. When that growth finally stops, that'll be the next part of that story. But in the meantime, they are growing. So, you got HIMS after hours. You got NXPI2 and Vertex. All of these could move, even Clover and TripAdvisor. So I know it's a Friday or a Monday. What am I saying? Happy Monday. But there is a couple of companies, if you're a sicko, I don't know what you're into. If you like Monday after the bell companies, if that's what, I don't know. Like, maybe you sleep with the lights on and your eyes open too. But hey, I'm down. If you guys want, we could go over a couple of previews a little later. Cigna's on the way down now. Damn, Cigna flip. So that Reuters headline. Ay. For a whole rapid response. Cigna's flushing. They were up like 2 or 3, I want to say. Again, they had the news of selling the Medicare benefits unit. I believe HIMS was good. I liked it last time. That was weird though. HIMS was one of the ones where they did really good on their last earnings and then they sold off. I remember that one. I actually really I flipped it at like $11, I think, earlier in the year. They were killing it. So they have this one. I mean, they still have premium again, which is crazy to think about. They're up 50%. And then they're like right where they started the year, but they could move a lot and their earnings were decent, but I don't know how the market's going to show them love. Oh, I like it, man. If O does bad on earnings and then goes back to that 45, I'm down to buy it again. That was the other one I wanted for the long term. I think if anything, O would probably be the best one. So 4361, you're getting back the low of the day, 4358, literally where we closed and that support level that we've been at. This is how we look. We're still holding up. Just today's or Monday. Again, all of the rallies, we might just chill up here for a couple of weeks. So again, I think a lot of people were hoping for the crazy advancement of last week, but feels like a weird remix of the week before. The only difference is we're not red yet. Only the Russell is. So if this was like 2 weeks ago, you would have just been dying. But as of now, I mean, it's still kind of like, we're holding all of that rally we had. SPY, the equal weight is clapped. You got your Schwab account. Good luck. It's a little different. It doesn't have any pretty pictures yet. But, hopefully it gets there. Oh, where's NVO? They climbed nice today. They need to get back up. Who's the other one? HIMS. Eli. I don't know. Is there one more by Cigna? That was just the one. Cigna's all over the place. Too much cat dog. It's good for now. I mean, I don't know. I guess I think a lot of people wanted the craziness of last week, but this is already, calming us down. Yeah, I don't like the Schwab account. I'm not really feeling the Schwab. But, maybe it grows on us. But if E-Trade gets me up and ready to go today, maybe we I don't know. E-Trade don't even give you pictures too, though, unless you got to pull it up through like E-Trade Pro. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Okay, it works now. No, what the fuck? Excuse me. Yeah, I'm tripping out. No, my E-Trade is up and running now. So we have it up and running now. Wow. So they don't give us anything either, honestly. So we've lost the pretty pictures of everything that we've had. I think. Let me see. Interesting. So now I can move this. I can move it back if I wanted to. Wait, I'm trying to see. Give me a second. Because so I have to change the nicknames. And then SPY's still coming down. Tesla's on the lows. Cigna again. Hold up. Again, a couple of names still holding, but low tickers kind of coming up, and I'm seeing a lot of other tech names, to say the least. Again, even ARK came down. Those contracts are on fire in the morning for no reason. Drip. Again, VIX is murdered still. That's the funny part about all of this. Bro, look at the VIX. The VIX is still down where it was. Again, SPY catching up with TLT, but you are going into the low of the day. And again, that will be the both the gap fill and the line of support. You're still like 2 points away from it. What is this? Yeah, Chad, we lost it all. We can't get any of the pictures anymore. This sucks. I missed TD already, no matter what. And then we're going lower, but yeah. Here it is. Here's your long term. So this is it. So it's down 5.8 right now. You still get that, but you can't get the value, bro. Unfortunately, it just shows from when the account till now. So again, it tells you what happened in October to November. Yeah, nothing gives us the line chart. Nothing, man. That's it. You get your positions. Click performance. What else does it show us here? See, it shows you how everything, that's it. Just compared to everything. It's kind of whack. But yeah. So you don't get all the accounts, you're not going to get your visuals. I thought that they would have transferred over. No. Why did you get evicted? Because they moved it over to Schwab. So I have a Schwab account now too. So that's the thing. I have both now. So like, do you guys see why I messed up on everything and the timing. It's hilarious that it worked out exactly today now that everything is fully transferred. Oh man.
Order filled.
Where is it? Yeah. So like, here's just both accounts. So if you remember the YouTube long term, and then I have the random account too, but this is the YouTube long term, and then this was the big one. So you guys remember they were on TD. So TD said you have to switch by November. So I said I was going to transfer my accounts to E-Trade, and then I only got one transferred over in the meantime, and then I still have to go with Schwab. So now I have the other remaining TD accounts here, and then I have one here with E-Trade now. So we're going to see if we keep it or not, but for the most part, I mean, here is the long term. It looks a little different now. Again, you see the covered calls and all that good stuff, so not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, if TD hasn't contacted you, then you don't have to do anything. Do you like it better? Well, I thought my data was going to transfer more fully to E-Trade.
Order filled.
I was like, again, I've used E-Trade in the past, so like, usually this historic value, I mean, you should always have like an extensive amount of data, but with account transfers, it's only for when you've had the account or like that specific account. Yeah, no, Robinhood, no. I mean, I think I canceled that one. I remember I sold everything out. I think I just need to close it. I just have AbbVie shares in there. Robinhood, I just have to close the account. How much you lose on Rite Aid? You lost 4K. I'm down unrealized 25K. So it was like 40K on the shares, but then I realized a little bit more, 17K on the covered calls, and then I'm still holding the shares right now. That was on Rite Aid. Oh, but here's something you guys might like. Are you ready? I made money on the covered calls. I'm just holding the shares and they're down. Yeah, it sucks, but again, I mean, we're gonna be able to use that a little bit more strategically once I realize everything else. Again, we'll see how the rest of the trades play out for the year, but if I could get some other ones nicer, I mean, should be able to have it a benefit for us. But we'll see. But look at this one's not bad. How do you feel about this? What's rate? Oh, that's the only stupid thing. It just tells you all of your dividends. It doesn't calculate them all. Jeez. So they tell you how many shares you have, and then they're letting you know what's it called? They're letting you know how much you get paid for every dividend. So here's your income estimator, though. Not too bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. You could change. I'll play with it a little bit. Oh, yeah. It was like 15 to 17. I'll have to double check the net realized amount. But that was for the covered calls. You're trying to decide who to transfer the LT, probably Fidelity. You hate how antiquated it looks. I feel like every single one of them is antiquated. That's it. You're going to lose your... you're going to lose your visuals, though. So you're not going to get to see the visual... Everything is in bar charts now. Oh, there it is, yeah. You go up here, you go filters, group by security, and then boom, it looks just like TD Ameritrade's now. So it tells you the income, how much you're getting paid for every stock. And then that's it, not bad. And then I think dividend reinvestment is on. I got to go turn that on to make sure. Yeah, it's the same thing as TD Ameritrade. So up here, you go to dividend reinvestment. Then it's literally exactly the same. So this is the closest to Thinkorswim, but it just doesn't have all your history. That's it. Like you have your history, but you don't. if that makes any sense. Yeah, we're good to go. So that's crazy. Did you see what I wrote about your front yard this weekend? No, what happened? Are you okay? This already sounds like it's going to be crazy. Bro. You're up 150 on Cigna put. Oh, wow. Cigna took another leg down. And then Bumble's on the high. Again, the CEO and founder stepped down today, but they're still down 4. I didn't know they were going to go green. Uber, you're thinking up 8 to 16. If they could do as good, I don't know about 16, but I think they might be pricing in a little higher. But if Uber can do what DoorDash did and then mobility does good. Also Lyft, what price is Lyft at? I feel like that could be an interesting one. Oh, damn, they're already at 10? Oh, I forgot. They ran up a couple days ago. Yeah, Lyft would have been good. Yeah, Bumble's on the high ticker. It's still down, but they've recovered a little bit. Now it's actually getting a little crazier. You like the income estimator on Schwab? I hate all of them, man. For long term, I don't know. I love TD Ameritrade for long term. This is so sad. I'm not really content with either. I think Schwab kind of, and then E-Trade. Like, E-Trade is good if you just lock it away and never look at it. But everything else is it's a little more work. But then I want my mountain back. That's all that I really want, bro. I put up the Christmas tree last night. Wow. I want to get a Christmas tree. I don't know if I'm going to get a real one, though. I might get a fake one. Mount Chattanai. You wrote it above. It didn't go through. Email me it. It's not going through, bro. Even if you're a mod. I can't see it. Yeah. The balance history. I know, I thought they would have that kind of lockdown. Even on Schwab, it resets too. That's what's kind of annoying. So, like, even on Schwab, the everything just resets. It's so stupid. Even internally. Because you used the word, God, I don't even know what you're trying to say. Any hope for the SPY? I think a lot both ways. I mean, you know, the bonds and the bears are getting to make their presence known a little bit more today, kind of fighting back. But generally, I mean, it was a very bullish last week. Everybody felt good into the weekend. I mean, it's a Monday. You haven't moved much. And then again, you know, every Monday has been green for the last, 13 or so. I think this will be the 14th green Monday if we could etch it out. SPY, no red bounce. I mean, it's been going down ever since the speech, and then what else do we have here? It's 9:30. Damn, it's still so early. Welcome to daylight savings. But we have to. The slews will be the only other thing. Again, you did have a Fed voter today, Miss Cook. I mean, we are down since she talked. She did bring up other things. Somebody in the chat, we are down since that moment. Again, she did say that. What's it called? She said she heard something different when Powell was speaking, but no one really reacted. Or I guess you kind of got a small one, but I feel like that could have been a bigger reaction. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Daylight Savings Monday. SKX on the high. Skechers, DPZ. Again, I don't know if that volume candle is real. CLX on the high. I still can't even believe what this thing has done from their earnings. That one was wicked. It doesn't even show that, huh? That was hideous. Feels weird and slow. There's tension still tension. The bulls can attack everybody at any moment, but just like we experienced over the last couple of weeks, that bond volatility is very finicky. And then headlines too. I mean, there's a lot of Israel headlines, but like we've talked about, you are kind of, you're starting to get away from the market reacting to that. The volume on the SPY, let's see. You're coming down here, though. About to go into the low, 28 million. And you are near hour number 4 almost. A little bit shy of that, but kind of very low volume. 28 million. You could have done that in an hour. So volume is very low. I mean, again, we've had rips on low volume days, and then the volume would come in earlier. But as of now, I mean, you're still barely green. SPY is about to go red here. Same thing with the Dow, and then NASDAQ a little bit more cushion, but only up 0.1%. Mm-hmm. 4358. This is the line. D-nut on the high. The catalyst of the week, probably Jerome Powell speaking again on Wednesday, then consumer sentiment, not to mention earnings, and then the results of the bond sales and how that actually plays out. Got your 30. Oh yeah, let's get it. We're only 12 behind. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're all mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch listen main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We have 3.5 hours left to go. I know, I don't feel like that because the sun. Well, welcome to daylight savings, but sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything, but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Feels good, huh? Mm-hmm. Feels good, huh? Woo! I like it. That feels good. Relax the shoulders now. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Flex the glutes a little bit. That's why my back was hurting the other day. I wasn't activating my glutes. I got to get some good hip work in there. Make sure the hips is tucked in, Chad. Okay, then chest to the sun. Look at Spy trying to do some chest to the sun. Oh, that didn't last. No, that didn't. Never mind. Okay, chest to the sun. Flex the hips, tuck them in. Relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Oh. Oh, there you go. There you go. I need to get my resistances. Okay. Resistance secured. New low about to be secured here too. Quite interesting. You email me, I'll get it after I get these in. Raul from the top, bro. He's been chilling. I mean, we're still green. We haven't even got red. That's the weirdest part about all of this right now. It's very, very Monday, though. I feel like this is how Mondays feel. Remember, we gapped up, so we're like still holding a weird gap up when it's all said and done. But then, you know, the intraday movement after going crazy the last couple days, this isn't as intense. All right, man, get more resistances in. That's it. Alrighty. Oh. Dang, still going down. Again, a couple of names here. Low ticker's fairly active. It's not like it's dry. Again, the velocity is pretty high. You're going into the lows. Bonds got a little bit off of all of this, but still quite interesting. Let's see. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. It's 9:45, 15 minutes till the top of the hour. And then let's see, but it's still very early, man. Still very early, but you've gotten halfway through the day now.
For them.
Look, Monzo is it's a special company. I mean, from a standing start, it's the seventh largest bank already in the UK. I think 8.5 million customers. I think one in every six people in the UK have a Monzo bank account, and most of those customers find Monzo pretty organically. So it's got to a sizable position. And I think, there was a point that a lot of the fintech companies were out of favor. And I think Monzo really prevailed because of their promise to really deliver a fabulous product with trust and safety to the consumer. So I think companies like that really have a lot of options open to them. And I think that will be the name of the game, where companies really want to control their own destiny. And that's the way that's really our language with our founders and on the boards, is make sure you can control your own destiny to the extent possible.
Sonali, I want to reflect on the next 40 years, hopefully, for Excel, and maybe the role that London will play in that. That city where I was born, it was my home for most of my life, Caroline as well. We're talking about London more and more outside of a more narrow scope of fintech. But as you look at the firm's future, what role do you see that city playing in your portfolio strategy and where you're writing checks?
Yeah, we're based in London, but we really cover a very vast footprint from the London office. I think at last count, we've invested in over 68 cities, more than 20 countries, just in Europe. I'm not even counting sort of outside of the European market. So London is an important base. I think it's probably the second most exciting place when it comes to deep tech AI talent, and there's spades of it. And I count sort of Greater London in that too. And our ability to really spend time with the right founders in the region from the London office is going to be very important. And so that's how we really view it. The UK is, of course, a big part of the venture capital scene. But as the principles and rewards of entrepreneurship really become even better understood, and as technology becomes pervasive, there are really going to be great founders coming from everywhere. And this is the best place for us to be in order to travel and see them and spend time with them.
Sonali Duraika of Excel, congratulations on 40 years of venture capital in Europe and beyond, and stick with us in the next 40. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Ed.
some other news that we've been tracking. Semiconductor startup Changjin Kuo Memory Technologies has raised 39 billion yuan, that's 5.4 billion US dollars, from government-backed investors. The 2-year-old company shares some shareholders and its general manager with China's leading DRAM chipmaker Changjin Memory Technologies, which aims to compete with the likes, of course, of Micron and Samsung, and is planning to file for an IPO in China. Now, coming up here on the show, Apple is in need of revenue growth. Where will it find it? Something on display there in that very store, or maybe something else we'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Nah, bro, he killed it. You know, whatever he said, when he said to change something memory, he killed it. He said it perfectly. I was very impressive. But Chattadonia, welcome to not even 10 o'clock, your first day here back with daylight savings. Again, the Euro close schedule was last week, so we'll see what's going to happen. Have you heard anything about Logan, Utah? You and the lady are going to live there for a month because of her work. Oh, you travel nursing with the travel nurse? You out there, huh? That's crazy. I've never heard of Logan, Utah, but there's a lot of nice places in Utah. Utah is actually like pretty bougie. For the most part, I think there's some places that aren't as bougie, but I know there's some nice areas out there. Logan, and now you have broke the level, new low. SPY is now red. Dow is right at break even, and then NASDAQ up by 0.05. So if you remember, most of the day, most of the morning, it just, again, everything was red. We were going over these numbers right now, 14 red on the Dow. 16 green on the Dow, so that's doing a little better. 69 red on the NASDAQ, 32 in the green. And then SPY, 354 red, 146 green. It's pretty much been like that all day. So again, the speech kind of made things go down a little bit, but that was the general direction we were going from the morning. Just gap up and then slow fade. Meanwhile, bonds just literally straight dribble down from the morning. So again, this is your first time breaking the low since the morning. It's been about 3 hours now. Again, we hit this level quick. This was where you closed on Friday. And this was the other base. Remember, like 43.55. Where's the other levels? Like 43.47. And then getting back down here. So we'll see if we either stay below here or not. LYV on the high. Didn't they have earnings on Friday? LYV kind of running. Live Nation getting a little excited there. Check news on that. LYV 1.3, and then SPY's going lower. I see press relief. Jeff Dunham announces 6 days for still not canceled. I only see general like press releases there. Again, LYV on the highs. Rest of the SPY now red, and NASDAQ. So everything giving up that little move here, maybe the move we've been building for the last like hour and a half or so here, that is now culminated with every index going red. And Russell was already red. They're down 1.27 right now. Welcome back. Welcome. Again, bonds got a little bit of a pop there. I don't know what the dollar did. LYV still running. Dollars is down and not moving at all. Ain't that funny? Slack CEO Jones to work on transition through end of year. CRM. SPY still going lower. None of that is holding. Mr. B on instead of overstock. Those candles got pretty big here. And that was like 5 points in 5 minutes, 1 point a minute, pretty consistently, adding to all of the other one. You don't see news on Lilly. I think just some of the GLP-1 drugs and healthcare is doing good. Or generally speaking, like XLV is actually strong today. I think healthcare and healthcare services are the best on the day. Yen, I haven't looked at it yet. Honestly, the yen after the Friday holiday, yen's going everything's going the wrong direction. Again, it's just day one after that epic rally, but your bond, yen, none of that's really holding up. Surprisingly, I'm surprised the dollar is still barely red with the yen weakening again. So we'll see. Eli Lilly, chief scientific officer, extremely optimistic that new Alzheimer's breakthrough is coming. And then LYV still running. Oh, so Eli Lilly was on an Alzheimer's breakthrough. Again, LYV, that's 2%. A couple of these plays we've seen early, they've ran, but we haven't gotten like the news or confirmation. Some of them have been rumors or nothing at all. ATMV 4356. So where is this? Did we fill? Yeah, you filled this gap. So you filled the gap from the October dump. But again, every time we got up to this, literally, so the last time we got up here, I think we did the same thing. What does this look like if I overlay it with bonds? I want to say it was the exact same thing. We'll use the 10-year. Yeah, same exact thing. So bonds come down, we come down. So just at the same time when the market's here last time, this is where, again, the yields, they started going back up again. So maybe we spend a couple, maybe until either Powell. So last time you were around this range, you spent Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then until the next Wednesday you got out of the range. And this range is between 43.26 and 43.89. So this might be what we're dealing with. And then you can always watch out for that gap fill too. Blue Owl's Dial plans $2 billion middle market stake fund. Owl. Elon Musk says developer tools for improving and understanding large AI models. Says SXAI. I don't know what that means. Netflix trying to go green. Canos again. That's related to the LIFW one. SPY got a little pop off the bottom. That thing's still up. Netflix is barely holding on. Again, the rest of the big tech did good though. I was surprised there was a little bit of a weird reaction. I'm surprised Tesla's red when Tesla was up 2% earlier this morning. Unity, don't they have earnings coming up? And then you got after the bell, and then maybe we do some earnings previews now. What time is it? 9:56. We could go 10 on the dot. There's only a couple today. You got your boy O. Where's the rest of the gang? O, Hims, NXP, and Vertex. They may not even have previews, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't think there is going to be one, bro. NXPI has a preview. You want Rivian earnings preview? When do they report? I think they're Wednesday. We'll do it around then. I already know how they report. Their report's going to be like something, something, something. We spent $2 billion, something, something, something. 20,000 units, something, something, something. Lost $2 billion, something, something. Lucid. I'm just messing. We'll see, though. Oxy's tomorrow after the bell. We'll cover anything after the bell tomorrow. We will cover tomorrow before the bell. So right now I'm going to cover the ones that you won't get between, now and again to after the bell. Even like we should go over like Celsius and Uber actually. Now that I think about it, because then you're not going to get these, even if I make a watch list by the time they all come out. I mean, that's it. Your final time to make a play on them would be today. Cano's going up again. Again, I'm getting all of the previews right now. I'm saving them. And then SPY's still working its way up. SPRC, dude, Cano, 52% now. We are dropping. It's hard to say. I mean, you may be able to attribute it to Lisa Cook. She's a voter, some of her comments, but generally it seems like bonds and just, that rally hasn't been running up as well today. And I think some of that pressure, bonds are down a pretty decent amount. And I think it's just making sure people don't get too ahead of themselves. Bro, why is Uber so crazy? UVXY scamming. Well, just a lot of volatility got killed last week, but I didn't think it was that low, but just kind of goes to 5 days, 5 green days in a row will do that, I feel like. You don't really watch that too often. XOM, again, you have Oxy after the bell tomorrow. Like I said, we'll cover that when we get there. Imagine Tesla and Uber partner up. Do people stop believing that Tesla is going to destroy Uber? I don't know if you guys recall that. That used to be like anytime we would bring up Uber, they're like, yeah, but Josh, what about when Tesla eliminates all of Uber because they're a competitor? I'm like, I don't know about that, man, but I don't. Is that still like an issue? Whoa, watching this bounce. Well, hold up here. 956. No, that's older. Again, you just had a cheek lay there. I don't know if we have. Again, it's 10 on the hour. I'm in 12-1. I don't know if you're getting any of the bond auction stuff, but nothing on the calendar should be moving us too heavy. But you just got a fat cheek lay out of nowhere. And Datadog. Raul. That one was a little more Raul-esque. You haven't seen that since a little bit earlier in the morning. Is it the bank? I thought it could be the bank news, but I would have got it on the headlines. But I'm pretty sure the bank news comes out at 1. Or excuse me, at 12 p.m. my time. So like 3 p.m. Eastern. Apple finally, again, Eli Lilly, a couple of other names still holding up. Apple still up there, but again, on the indexes, it could be energy because energy is flushing now, and then banks, so like rates could be getting affected on that. And then gold's another oddball for the day too. Danny Chavez, baby. Good morning and welcome back. Okay. All right, you're about to hit a new low. That was insane. You just had a nice little bounce there off of a low. Again, you went right above the support level and then just came right back down on a giant flush. That was a little bit of Raul there. That was like 4 or 5 points. Again, you saw that a little bit around here, but at the level, quite an interesting reaction. And you are about like what? 0.2 away from hitting the low of the day, 4355.6. Again, banks are all flushing. New low. It's interesting. I was right on the hour. It's going down. So I've heard. My question, when is the Poots window? Did this lunar eclipse thing happen yet or no? Isn't it like the next 2 days or something? What does Raul mean? Raul is short for rug pull Raul. So whenever you see a market with a little candle that looks like a rug pull, it is common for people to say Raul, short for rug pull Raul. So it's named after a Chad, because one day we were all announcing our names. I'm Top Tick Josh, and he said I'm rug pull Raul, and it stuck. So shout out to Raul, and yeah, we could also call it Clifford, Chicle. Yeah, I think those are about it. You scam. Wait, so the window thing no working anymore? Is this a repeat show? What do you mean? Like a repeat? Like, what are you talking about? Like, is this pre-streamed? This is the stock market right now. This is October. No, I'm just kidding. It's November 6th, 2023. It's October 12th right now. Yeah, Elf is, I think we're green, or are we still negative? Are we at 103? Yeah, we're at 103. Boo. I can't believe we were up 8% that one morning, and then it just flipped. What could happen geopolitically, in your opinion? Give me your tin. I told you, it's not tinfoil. The worry, geopolitically, if it does hit its worst-case scenario, we are all going to get drafted. It's mind-boggling to me. I think it's because we just don't think that'll ever happen, but the worst-case scenario is like a world war. Like a real one, not just like you talking about world war, not like Call of Duty world war, like just like an actual, global conflict that pulls in, everybody from every side of the world into a global conflict. So that would be my tin. Oh, yeah, I read it. So, wait, hold on. Let me go back to it, though. But you're telling me, I don't want to, if it was in the news, they're going to, if I say anything, they're going to find out where you live. But that's insane. That's, insane. I don't want to repeat out this story, but unless you don't care, but they will find out where you live if I tell you this. If that really happened outside of your house. Yeah, well, it's fine. Open face, dude. He's like, I heard sirens. I went outside. I didn't hear many in around there, and I hear a car wreck at the entrance of my hood. My house is the first house, so I saw he went in to lose the cops, going like 100 miles an hour through the neighborhood. Then he crashes trying to get back on the main road, jumped out, and started shouting at the cops, and then they killed him in the front of my house. That happened to open face over the week. That's insane, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay, but I was like, man, if anything happened in someone's front yard, usually, yeah, that's a wild story. I'm glad you're safe, bro. It's crazy. Yes. I was like, wait, what? I've always said that when I will start investing, the whole thing will crash down. But I meant the stock market and not the whole financial system. Honest on whoever is upstairs. Yeah, I mean, listen, unfortunately, I mean this respectfully because it applies to all of us. Quite simply, none of us are that important. So I'm not that important and you're not that important. And what I mean by that is that the market will not just shift because you started. We love to believe the market curse, but unfortunately, you'll be, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. Go long term. 10 years from now, you may be saying a whole different tune. Even BlackRock isn't that important. They might be. But no, it's at the end of the day, invest long term. Call it a day. Call it a day, baby. You know, it's not just look at the point. What's really happening, why everybody feels that when they start investing is because the longer you own a stock, the less riskier it becomes. So especially if it's a good high quality name, the business is growing even more so. But generally speaking, when you first make an investment, it is a baby. It is still immature. So it's like you have to think about it. It's more vulnerable. And that's usually what happens most of the time. People make investments. It's a lot riskier. It's easier to lose money. You don't know it as well. You have more emotions. You know, there's so many things attached to it. But usually at the end of the road, you know, it works itself out. You are hitting a new low right now. Mm-hmm. You went to high school with the guy? That's crazy. What did he do? Did he like steal a car or what was it? I don't know. First time I put 50K, our credit got downgraded. Second time I went heavy, had a reverse repo. Last time China announced a recession 2 days later. Yeah, but like, think about your pattern of thinking versus you're cursed. You know, it feels like maybe there's something there. Your spidey senses tingle around those moments, it seems like. So you may be onto something, but I just, at the end of the day, I mean, like a couple of weeks ago, I said this. Just when we were at the lows and people, you know, AngelList was trying to sell and we were having these discussions. And I was just saying, you know, a year from now, you're going to look at this different. And, you know, imagine a couple years from now how you're going to view it all. And that's just kind of where, you know, in the short term, it may seem like all of your purchases align and the market's out to get you. But when you do take a step back, I'm sure over the years you'll see that, you know, you're going to be glad of making certain decisions and owning. Supposedly he ran from the cops and they called off chasing him. And they saw him around lunch and then chased him again. They're like, nah, we can't get him. Okay, 15-minute recess, get him. 4-3-5-5. All right, man, you giving up like what? 25 points, 20 points from the top. It's not too bad, but it's now very well getting you red. You're not down more than 0.1%. I'm sure a lot of you are asking the question right now, are we going to close green on Monday? It's 10-12. Up Friday, up Monday. We'll see. Or it'll be our first red Monday and shock the world. And then more Americans to come out of Gaza on Monday. Kirby. That's why going lower. You need the bonds, though. I hope you guys are getting up to date with all of this because just the bonds are telling the whole damn story every single day. You could go for a greedy short, but again, the full move depends on bond yields. That's it. Right away, the first sign of bond weakness, you see how fast everybody gave that up. It's all the bonds. I'm telling you, that 4-5 and below, we get next leg of the rally. If we can't get above, then, you know, the higher yields go back up again. You're going to get more bumpiness, but it's very simple. I could see us spending a week or two in between, like maybe 4-5 and 4-7, but not going above it, you know, still staying below the peaks in a weird way. But then you're not going higher until we get above 4.5. Maybe it wants to ignore it, but I do think like you want real next leg of rally, you need 4-5 and below. Otherwise, the moment bond volatility comes back, the moment any of that stuff happens, everybody is, you start to notice the more weakness in the system. Still going lower. Wait, Biden's giving something on Bidenomics? Art? That's weird. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought Kirby was live. Market don't rip for more than, I guess, 5 days. We have 5 days in a row. Yeah, Bidenomics. Who in this world holds the majority of bonds? The Fed, the Fed and Japan, and then China. But borderline, it's either owned between ourselves or Japan and China. Oh yeah, where is the 2-year, 10-year? It chilled out though. Remember, that is part of the equation here. Everything we're talking about with bonds, but yeah, the yield curve. See, you want a little bit more uninversion. So again, as long as the curve stays in here, so just like SVB, as long as the curve stayed like this, the market, if it edged up a little by little, but it was still like volatile and slow, just held up the recent bounce. But I think we're going to rally too again once those rates come down and then the curve inverts again, reinverts. OpenAI new tools unveiled at startup's first developer day, Microsoft. I don't know what they're having. Bro, every little one of those green candles, you be getting these crazy candles like you're going to bounce there, then they just get swatted down. Yeah.
We're announcing historic investment in America's railroads. I've been talking about this for a long time, I know. But finally, we're getting it done. More than $16 billion, 16 with a B, billion dollars here in the Northeast Corridor. 25 different projects.
Again, you could still close
all
green
to build
on the
the
day.
Northeast Corridor from Boston to Washington. It's part of my agenda to invest in America, and I've been fighting for this for a long time. To invest in Americans, not just America. There's no better place to make this announcement than in my home state of Delaware. Here in Bear, the maintenance facility.
I thought he was going to say America. Like, yeah, no better place to do this than in
a few miles away, the Wilmington shops.
Yeah.
Over
Dude,
800,
low. Queues on the high.
800 people keep trains in the entire Northeast Corridor working in good order. And it's not been easy because some are pretty old trains. Machinists, electricians, pipe fitters, facility workers, coach cleaners, boilermakers, laborers, foremen. But they have one thing in common. They're all good paying union jobs. Union jobs. I've been saying a long time. The middle class built America, but unions built the middle class. Unions built the middle class. For years in the Senate, as Vice President, I met with the workers in these shops and I made them a promise. I said I'd do all I could and all my power to fight to keep their jobs and to make our rail system better and to work on the Northeast Corridor. I told them I'd fight for them and with them, and they stuck with me. And that's just what I've done. When I became president, I made sure that the bipartisan infrastructure law, that's the law to rebuild our highways and bridges and rail and the whole all our infrastructure. By the way, it's a tight little law. It's about $1.2 trillion, with all having said and done. The point is, how can you be the leading country in the world and have a second-rate infrastructure? Second-rate infrastructure. It's not possible. It includes the largest investment in passenger rail since Amtrak was created 50 years ago. $66 billion for world-class rail right here at home. And that includes the largest investment in Northeast Corridor since the Pennsylvania Railroad laid down these tracks in 1850. Fully electrified trains on this corridor emit 83% less greenhouse gases, by the way, than driving your car. 72% less greenhouse gases.
Yeah,
than
another
taking a
low,
plane.
man. Again,
The
bonds
folks
are
here in
just
Delaware-
flushing and then bouncing, but they're already, again, they're down way more than the market is right now. TLT's down almost 1%. SPY down, or SPY Nasdaq only a quarter right now. So you can still bounce, but 43.50 now. You give up 23 points from the high, and you're like right at the 50-50 point of Friday.
Became my family.
Oh, I forgot. Friday had a gap up
I
though,
have
huh?
a major event from my
Oh, you
home
still got a
every
lot of
year.
room.
All the conductors and engineers from New York on down to Washington. When I was vice president, I flew over 1 million miles on Air Force Two, but I traveled further than that Amtrak over the years. I remember one of the conductors when I was going home. Secret Service is wonderful, and they really are. But they'd rather you not travel Amtrak, because not Amtrak, rail, because it has to stop so damn many times. And there's so many options for people to do things that they don't want to have done. So, but I was coming home to see my mom, and I just, she was living with us at the time. My dad had passed away. And I got in a train on a Friday, and I won't get him into complete trouble, just tell his first name. He was number 2 in seniority at the time, Angelo. And Ange came up to me as I walked in, he said, "Joey," and he grabbed my cheek. He said, "Joey, baby." And he said, "All this stuff," because that's published in the newspaper that I had traveled 1,200,000 miles on Air Force planes as vice president. They published that on a regular basis. He said, "Big," I won't quote him exactly, but he said, "Big deal, Joey." And I said, "What's it mean, Ange?" He said, "Look," he said, "we just had the retirement dinner up in Newark." He said, "You know how many miles you traveled on Amtrak?" And I said, "No." He said, 1,000,000, I think it was 320,000 miles. And I said, "How'd you figure that?" He said, "Well, 118 days a year, almost 300 miles a day, 36 years, plus his wife," and he went on the whole deal. I said, "I believe you," Ange. Let me get in the train, will you? But the point is, Tommy and I particularly spend a lot of time on this.
Bro.
So when I talk about how badly the Northeast Corridor
Raul.
needs upgrades, you don't need to tell me. I've lived it.
Yeah, you took another 2
I also know
points
how
off
important
that.
this line is to computers and the MARC rail between Maryland
Same
and
levels
Washington.
again. Watch
Metro
43.37
North
and
between New York and
43.47 is
Connecticut.
another price.
The New Jersey Transit. I know what it feels like to be stuck on the tracks when you're trying to get home to see your family or trying to get south to make a vote.
CNN fact check?
Something went wrong. I know how much it matters. Over 2,200 trains run in this corridor every single day.
What is this?
Serving 800,000 passengers. It's the busiest rail corridor in the United States and one of the busiest in the world. And you guys keep it moving.
But Negri had been dead more than a year. I mean, retired for more than 2 decades.
But the problem anywhere along the lines means delays up and down the East Coast. For commuters trying to get to work, for businesses trying to get their goods on the shelves, to travelers trying to visit families.
This is like...
This region represents 20% of the gross
That's
domestic
wild.
product
Nvidia,
of the
Tesla
entire
on the low.
United States of America. If this line were to shut down just one day, it would cost our economy, the American economy, $100 million a day. But this line has tunnels and bridges that are over 100 years old. I know because I've walked through 2 of them. Train stations that haven't seen a major upgrade for generations. Tracks in constant need of repair. Look, folks, it has real consequences. This outdated infrastructure leads to over 4,000 hours of delays each year on Amtrak. 4,000 hours a year. For example, Hudson River Rail Tunnel, critical link in New York Penn State to New York Penn Station, the busiest train station in America, I might add. It opened for business 113 years ago, that tunnel. It's so badly damaged. Remember Superstorm Sandy? Well, it got badly damaged at that time. Over 10 years ago. It still remains the remnants of seawater in the tunnel, eating away at the concrete, steel, and electrical components. In 2020,
again, 4347, you guys remember this was its own little
12,000
level.
minutes of delays getting through that tunnel. But last week, thanks to the leadership of Chuck Schumer,
Or was that
we broke ground to rebuild the
4347?
Hudson
I'm
River
tripping.
Tunnel.
No,
The
no,
new
no,
tunnel will add
4237.
capacity to increase the
That's
speed,
crazy.
reduce delays,
We're 100 points
and
higher.
the
What am I
biggest
saying?
rail line in the country. With today's announcement, we're committing $11 billion to this one project, that one project. It's critical to transforming the Northeast Corridor. People have been working on it for over a decade. Now we're finally getting it done. And that's not all. As everyone who's traveled through the Baltimore Tunnel knows, it's a major checkpoint, but it's also a major choke point for 9 million Amtrak and MARC rail passengers who pass through it each year. 1.4 miles, that's how long the stretch is, with a very tight curve, so trains have to slow down at 30 miles an hour to get through safely. On 99% of the weekdays, there's delays somewhere near there. It's a consequence. I've traveled through that tunnel literally thousands of times. And trust me, I know. That tunnel is 150
All right, you got to agree.
years
This happened
old.
a couple times, but
It was built
hopefully this
150
holds.
years ago.
4347 though.
Ulysses S. Grant was president when it was built. The structure is deteriorating. And a lot of you know, a lot of the workers know, the roof of that tunnel is leaking.
VIX
The
is
floor
starting
is
to come up
literally
now.
sinking.
Yeah, so VIX back up to the
This is the
opening.
United States of America, for
So
God's
we were
sake.
even around the same price on
United States of
Friday,
America.
so that dead VIX
We
could
know.
still wake up.
We're better than that.
Yeah, we are. We
Now
invented
we're
a computer
proving.
chip.
That's why
That's why.
we're fully replacing the entire Baltimore tunnel. We're not just changing this, we're replacing the whole tunnel. As part of the Invest in America workforce hubs, we're working with leaders in Baltimore along with the union officials and career and technical schools to train the local workforce to help build that new tunnel so we have the capacity. The new tunnel will be all electric and trains will travel through it at 110 miles an hour, not 30 miles an hour. MARC trains will go from Baltimore to Washington in under 30 minutes. And on average weekdays, that's nearly 7 hours. That eliminates 7 hours of delay on average. Look, we're also investing $9 billion to replace over 1,000 trains and train cars with state-of-the-art equipment, including electric trains made in America. Made in America. And the folks standing with me here today will help maintain and repair those trains that'll move along this corridor. Look, just 2 weeks ago, Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans and my infrastructure coordinator and a senior advisor, was here in Delaware at the cut ribbons on renovations of the Wilmington train station to make it more accessible. Wilmington train station is a busy station for a small city, a relatively small city. But you know what? If you have any infirmment, if you have heavy baggage, you got to go down an entire flight of stairs. You either walk down 2 flights of stairs or you go down and the escalator is not that good for real. Well, thanks to the upgrades, after all these years, passengers don't have to haul their luggage down the stairs anymore. Every passenger, regardless of disability, can have an easy time getting on and off the train as well. The list goes on. The projects to make life more rational and modern in our train stations, from Boston to Washington. Look, when all this is done, we'll reduce delays and speed up the trains along the Northeast Corridor. This matters for businesses trying to get their goods to market. It matters for the parent commuting to work in the morning. It matters for folks trying to get home late for dinner. It matters. If thousands of people ride the trains in the Northeast Corridor, it's like taking 500,000 automobiles off the road every day. That's what it's like. And this has phenomenal environmental positive impact. As we continue to invest in rail across the country, we're going to take even more vehicles off the road, saving millions of barrels of oil a day. Folks, meanwhile, our MAGA Republican friends in Congress are proposing to slash Amtrak's budget. We're trying to make train travel easier, faster, safer, more reliable. We're trying to make it slower, harder, and less safe. You can't make this stuff up. But that's okay. We're not going to let them stop the progress we're making. And I promise you that. And by the way, we're making all this progress with American workers, with products made in America, and with union labor. In fact, Amtrak and the building trades have agreed to project labor agreements will be in place all across the rail construction projects up and down the Northeast Corridor. That's another way of saying it's going to create good union jobs. It can create over 100,000 of those good union jobs. And that's on top of the thousands of good union jobs running the trains and maintaining the safety system already. These are jobs for folks I thought about as I take that train home. You know the park, guys, you get outside of Baltimore, just before you get into Baltimore, you can look out the window and you're going through basically the neighborhood. And I always used to sit there, I mean it, coming home, and look out and see people sitting at the kitchen tables. Literally, you could see them right along the track. And wondering, what are they thinking about? What's on their minds? The kids put to bed, questions asked, ordinary and profound. Will there be enough money left over at the end of the month after we pay all our bills? Just have a little bit of breathing room. We'll be able to look my child in the eye and say, it's going to be okay, we're going to do fine. Folks, too many people have been left behind in the past or treated like they're invisible. We're building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up where no one's left behind. You know, my dad used to say, Joey, and I mean it sincerely, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about you being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's what he'd say, and he meant it. That's what decent living's about. So let me close with this. Nearly a century ago, Franklin Roosevelt came up with the Rural Electrification Act that brought electricity to millions of Americans. Nearly 70 years ago, President Eisenhower launched the Interstate Highway System. The investment we're making today will be for our kids and grandkids what those historic programs were for previous generations, only bigger. And as a result, I truly believe this country is about to take off. Because for the first time in a long time, we're bringing pride back to cities and towns all across America that have been left behind. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future. And folks, in my view, the president long after I'm president is going to have more to do. One of the things I convinced President Ladd when I was vice president, I convinced the president to do, provide money for high-speed rail. You know, you can go and get in a train in China and go 210 miles an hour. China. We could do it here in the United States on this Northeast corridor if we straightened out 3 big corridors. It would cost about $1 trillion. But we had the ability to do that for a rail from Florida to Mississippi and all kinds of places we can do it. But think about it. Why, in the United States of America, do we not have the best rail system in the world? So this is a big beginning, $61 billion. Take care of the Northeast corridor. But there's so much more we can do to better the environment, the quality of life.
Something about trains.
Make us more competitive.
That's what I think it is.
The guys at this place can just
I'm playing with E-Trade right now.
So we just have to remember
I'm making
one
sure
thing,
everything is this is it.
Forget.
It's I'm just mad about my visuals.
This is the
and I'm
United
listening to the
States
trains.
of America. There's not a damn thing we
But the market
can't do
too, again, if anything though, I think it's just bonds.
Thank you all.
I don't think he was supposed
God
to
bless
end.
you all. May God
They just
protect
started
our
clapping.
troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's a good song, man. That looks packed. That honestly looks like a lot of fun. So young Biden there on railroads. Again, in Bidenomics and infrastructure. Yeah, that was a banger right there at the end. Not too bad, not too bad. Again, it's funny because, you know, you guys feel it. The stock market just cares about a couple of things right now. You know, we've dealt with war and quickly ignored it. and all of it, and now we're back there. My thoughts on this speech? Why are you asking me today? You should have asked me 2 years ago when we first heard it. What do you mean? What are my thoughts on this speech? Let me see if I can find the stream. If you want my first reaction, this is, come on, bro. Literally, Troy's even sending me an article from 2021 saying how I didn't even know that that speech was or that the Amtrak thing was just blatantly false. Like even CNN's like, yeah, it's okay. It's one of his stories. That's cool, man. Exactly. All right, you're kind of moving up here. I like the 43.47, but I also think, we're not towards the bottom yet. This is if we start breaking below here, then I'd get worried. But for the most part, I do think we could even run up a little bit, move around, and then I'm just waiting on Friday though. But I do like it. I like it for now. What screen? This is E-Trade. So honestly, we use Thinkorswim, but again, the long terms have been moved, bro. Like it's so weird right now. I was playing with Schwab and E-Trade this whole time, but we have the long term now on E-Trade. It's really, really awkward. We also have a long term on Schwab. So I have the big account on E-Trade and then the smaller one on Schwab. But for the most part, it's getting weird, bro. It's getting really, really weird. You know what I'm saying? That's it. We got it still shows up everything nice, but it's exactly the same. I was just playing around with it. I did. Hopefully you do your dividend reinvestment. It's the same exact thing. Again, I think Schwab should automatically be re-enrolled. It's happening. What's happening? I hope so, man. I hope so. Yeah, Abivine next dividend. We already got our dividends for this year. You got JP Morgan. You got Coca-Cola with the divvy this year. 3M, that should have already paid. MO paid. MPW paid. 11/15. Pfizer December. And then Walgreens December. Why did you never give Fidelity an opinion? I think I used it back in the day, actually, before E-Trade. So I might even have an account there, but I always preferred E-Trade or TD Ameritrade. I had a lot of experience with them. It's really a preference. The only broker I'd tell you to stay away from, they usually got weird names in their Webull or anything else, So that's the stuff where I'm usually like, nah. But, most of the other brokers, they're pretty good. I've always said Fidelity with the rates, but I've just never used them in the modern times, I guess. So I've just stuck with what I've known. Leave Webull alone. You love Webull. They love me. I think you're like 2/3 there. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave you alone. I don't deny that you love Webull, but I don't think they love you. You know what I'm saying? They can't save you. They can't save you. Mm-hmm. Why not Webull? You know why. Deep down, you know. It was the first thought you had when you heard about it, when you were going to sign up. So you know why. You know exactly why. Mm-hmm. Acorns, not bad. Maybe Square. But yeah, we'll see. E-Trade is kind of boring. Everybody needs I miss TD Ameritrade, but this might work. Maybe we'll keep both Schwab and E-Trade for a little bit. We'll see. It's just a weird view now, but you have both accounts separated. Your E-Trade does not show. I don't think you could get E-Trade Pro unless you have like an old account, apparently. Oh, you can? Then nice. You got your 16-year-old son with Square. A lot of long terms. I've know people who've done it before. I don't think it's that crazy. But, I mean, if you can get a normal brokerage, maybe a Roth would be good. E-Trade. I think they have Power E-Trade. But, I mean, I'm still on E-Trade Pro, but people have said it was, like, grandfathered in. Like, they don't let you download it anymore. But, like, if you have it or you have to request it. Yeah, it's a good service, bro. I love E-Trade Pro. And then we bounced there from that little baby bottom. Again, you're down by like 0.08, 0.09 still. Dow is the closest to going green. But my goodness, welcome to Monday. Celsius. Oh, yeah, I have all the earnings previews. We just started listening to Bidunius, and then the market just started dumping. So, would you guys like some earnings previews? Is that something I could interest you in? You know, feel free to throw your like in the bucket. You know, all likes go to a good cause of a little Egyptian boy. You know, so a lot of things happening in the Middle East right now. So if you don't know who to post on your social media regarding, you know, the support of killing people on either side, feel free to support right now with your like on the video. You know, that way you could feel like a good person. You could get your virtue signaling, all of that. And then as a result, you will get an earnings preview. That sound good? Good. Sounds like a deal. So we're going to go over the earnings that are both tonight and tomorrow. Unfortunately, I didn't have an earnings preview on O, but I have NXPI and HIMS in Vertex, I believe. So as far as young NXPI, revenue is expected to be $3.4 billion versus guidance of $3.3 to $3.5 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin of 58.3% versus guidance of 57.9 to 58.9, non-GAAP operating margin of 35.3 versus guidance of 34.4 to 36.2, EPS of 361 versus guidance of 339 to 382. AOS is still running. Next quarter, Q4 guidance expected to be 3.43 billion in revenue, non-GAAP gross margin 58.3, non-GAAP operating 35.3, and EPS $3.65. Price history for quarter 3 NXPI since last quarter. July 24th, they are down 18.2. S&P down 7%, and XLK down 5.2. Near-term options imply a 6.5% move. Last 4 quarter percent moves, gain of 4, gain of 3, gain of 3, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten consensus 19 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 19 of the last 20. And forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 20 quarters. That is NXPI. Okay. Now for HIMS, let me get them up here. Dish on the low. So HIMS third quarter revenue, analysts expect 220.1 million versus company guidance of 217 to 222. Gross margin of 81%, adjusted EBITDA of 11.5 million versus guidance of 10 million to 13 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 5.2 versus guidance of 4.6 to 5.9, and a loss of 4 cents a share on EPS. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 227 million. Online 222. Gross margin 80.9. Adjusted EBITDA of 10.9, adjusted EBITDA margin of 4.8, and a loss of 4 cents a share. Full year guidance expected to be 830 to 850 million, EBITDA of 35 to 40 million, and EBITDA margin of 4.2 to 4.7%. Since last quarter, August 7th, HIMS is down 25.4, S&P down 6.2, and XLF down 6.8. Near-term options imply a 14.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 10, gain of 17, gain of 20. Revenue has beaten consensus 11 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 5 of the last 11 with 2 in line. Short interest is 13%. Forward quarter has beaten 5 or 8 of the last 8 quarters. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. You found me O preview? Nice. Zelensky says it's not the right time for elections. No, it's better than what I had. I didn't have shit. So at least it gives us a couple of things. I'm down with it. Thank you. Oh, yeah. TripAdvisor can move. I don't know if I got Trip. I have like 10 of these so far. I think I have like or 5, 6. I just have a lot of screenshots. So again, hymns, we already went over that one. Yeah, we already went over hymns. I kind of like hymns. I don't. Again, I've been talking about this one before, but I kind of like hymns. Yeah, it's very nice. But it's up. I don't like how it's moved, but I really think this one can move a decent amount. Let's see. What's it pricing in? $1.05. Pricing 70 cents. Pricing a little bit more than like 12%. I think it said 14, but it dropped 2. Oh, well, we were. So 760 is 2 standard deviations. It's not really good, you know? Me. Hims works, the stock. I like Hims. It's good. Hims in her health. Oh, wait. I thought Hims just made... Why do I always think this is Figs? I keep thinking it's Figs, but they had good response. This is the fucking Viagra shit, huh? Or is it the hair loss? I forgot. I keep confusing them with Figs. But that's still, even how they move. That one's going to be a decent mover. I remember their last earnings. So then Vertex, again, this one's also after hours. Revenue expected to be $2.5 billion. Expenses, non-GAAP, R&D, $711. SG&A, $222. EPS of $3.92 a share. Since last close, August 1st, Vertex is down 4.6. S&P down 7.7. XLV down 6.7. Near-term options imply a 4.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, then 0, then loss of 5, then gain of 9. Revenue has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters. They got hair loss and Viagra and mental health. What kind of company is this? They are either really helpful or the exact opposite. See, your friend just said, I'd be like, if I sold you hair loss shit, bro, if I kept making hairline jokes and I was like, I guess what? I got some cold hair loss pills if you interested. And then guess what? I got Viagra. And then maybe you said you want to, what the hell? You shouldn't be able to get all 3 of those things in the same spot. Like, right? Isn't there like how come, like, you don't, I feel like there's a law against that. You can't be putting, that's a lot of things all in one spot for somebody going through both mental health, hair loss, and erectile dysfunction, you know? That's insane. But, man. Anyways. that was Vertex. I'm sorry. I was very distracted with Hims. Costco. At least Costco got like other stuff in the meantime. Yes, you should. Why not? I don't know. Like, I feel like at the times of my like lower mental health states, you know, I would not want somebody selling me dick pills and hair loss pills. I feel like I'd be vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Something about it just don't, like, I don't know. PNT, Point Biofarm, huge pop. PNT, negative to green. That's, actually, it's only like 50 cents, but this thing don't move. PNT. Everybody in the PNT. Somebody has a stake in PNT. Somebody has a stake in them. I'm kind of down, actually. I think I might be too late. Yeah, somebody has a stake. Again, Value Fund LP reports stake in Point Biopharma. Value, they have 8.5? Oh, shit. Yeah. I didn't get into it. I have it confirmed, though. I'm kind of down for it. I don't know if it has any info on what prices they bought. Security, biotech is limited. I'm really skimming this right now. I'm not even reading it. I'm trying to see if there's a reason why they did it. General may be deemed to own 17 million shares. Yeah, let me see. Value Fund Files 13D. You just made 20K on what, Mr. Hunter? PayPal on the low. It's kind of moving again. It's barely up. This thing's just liquid as hell. Oh, wait a minute. This thing's already getting bought out. You got to watch out. It already looks like it has a buyout. You made 20K on PNT? How? What is this? Cut to 1250 from 13. Yeah. Wait. Eli Lilly's already buying them out. So this doesn't even do anything. Does that make sense? So they're already bought out. So none of this matters. Again, Eli Lilly to buy Biopharm stock surges 84%. So what are they paying for it? We'll pay $12.50 a share. This makes no sense. Don't buy it. It's $12.50 a share. This makes 0 sense at all. So whoever took a 13D, they're trying to do some arbitrage shit. Interesting. Yeah, so literally, I don't know, man. Can we short this? This makes no sense at all, bro. Unless somebody wants to buy it and then request that it gets clapped, you know? That's the only thing I could think of. Can you short it? The deal's not done, but I don't know why. Somebody took a stake, but it doesn't. Maybe it's for arbitrage, but realistically, this shouldn't be trading higher than that. Should be at $12.50, but the deal isn't over. The market, there's a couple of Fed speakers. That would be the only thing I could think of. Nothing on gold. Again, I think just with bonds chilling out a little bit, that kind of had an effect. Well, we got a little bit of distraction. We were going over earnings previews. So I got one here for O now. So O is expected to report higher Q3 earnings, but guidance looks bleak. The net lease REIT is scheduled to announce Q3 on Monday. The consensus FFO is for $1.02, and the consensus revenue estimate is $955.78 million. The rapid cost of capital adjustment for net lease REITs presents a significant headwind in 24, says Bank of America analyst Joshua Dennerlein. Said in a recent note, the company is considered one of the most popular REITs in the market and has been consistent and powerful in the sector for years. However, it has experienced a decline decline in shares in 2023. According to Seeking Alpha contributor Mark Rusin, the company's AFF growth is in 9% in 2021 and expected to drop to 2% or potentially lower in 23. And the quality of the REIT's tenants has decayed over the past year. The REIT's top tenants, Dollar General, Walgreens, and Dollar Tree, have all been under siege in 23 and seen slowdowns across their respective businesses. Other net lease REITs, such as MW Carey and Spirit Realty Capital and Broadstone Net Lease, met Q3 consensus but could not provide an impressive outlook to raise optimism in the industry. Notably, Spirit Realty rose on the news of the acquisition by Realty Income. The deal is said to involve transactional risks for Realty Income. And then AFFO is estimated to come in at 1. Revenue estimate $1 billion. FFO shares 1.02. FFO estimate $731.6 million. Occupancy estimate 98.8. AFFO share yearly guidance $3.99. FFO per share $4.11. They have 6 buys, 11 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target on O, 59.33 cents, $59.33. 16.6% upside from current price. Implied one-day shares moving earnings is 1.7%. Adjusted EPS has beaten estimates 7 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 17.4% in the past year versus SPX, which is up 16.9%. And you got D Hunter, baby. Oh, what's up, 20K? Oh, what's up? He said, pay the plug, baby. I got you. Amen. I'm down with it, baby. Or not. You know, not too many people be like, yo, I just made 20K here, a hundo, bro. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. God bless you. They called this paying the plug back in the day. Feel free, my friend. Good morning. United States says comments by junior Israeli minister on possible nuclear strike on Gaza were unacceptable. And then Peru foreign minister resigns. And then SPY coming down. Paying the public. God bless you, man. I appreciate it. D Hunter always showing love, though, too. That's not his first 100, but you know what I'm saying? So God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Happy Monday. My goodness. We still got more earnings. I think we're done, though, with today for today after hours. So I just went over O there with you. Who's this? Uber. So Uber, I have it broken up into 2 for some reason. I don't know why it's split up like that. So Uber for the quarter, they're expected to come in with $9.54 billion in revenue, $5 billion on mobility, $3.1 on delivery, and $1.3 on freight. Adjusted EBITDA of $1.02 billion versus guidance of $975 to $1.025. So analysts think they're going to be on the top end. Mobility $1.26, delivery $343, and freight loss of $10. Corporate G&A and platform R&D loss of $580 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 10.7, 24.8 on mobility, 10.9 on delivery, and 0.7 on freight. EPS expected to come in at 7 cents a share. Gross bookings $34.57 billion versus guidance of 34 to 35. So analysts think they are going to beat. So the bar's kind of set high here for Uber. Analysts think their revenue and revenue, adjusted EBITDA, and gross bookings are all going to be on the high end. Take rate expected to be 27.6%, mobility 29.1, delivery 20, monthly active platform customers of 141.1 million, trips 2.35 billion versus guidance to grow at least 20% year over year. Free cash flow $602 million. Next quarter, revenue expected to be $10.02 billion. Adjusted EBITDA of $1.15 billion. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 11.5. Mobility 25, delivery 11, and freight loss of 0.3. EPS of 15 cents. Gross bookings of $36.51 billion. Take rate of 27.6. Monthly active customers 146.6 million users. Trips 2.51 billion. Free cash flow $994.5 million. Price history since last close July 31st, down 11.4, S&P down 6.5, and XLI down 10.6. Near-term options imply a 9.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 12, gain of 6, then gain of 12. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 18 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 9 of the last 18 quarters with 1 in line. That's Uber. Uber everywhere. You remember that was a song? That was a really popular song. At one point in your life, if you said Uber, somebody would say Uber everywhere. Just like if you would say Tuesday, they would say the club was going up. Do you remember that? I don't know if you had to be there. You had to be there. What company is this? Oh, Celsius. Yeah, Celsius Simple. I'm surprised there's not that much analyst on there, but Celsius revenue expected $351 million, gross margin gap 46.3, adjusted EBITDA $64.2 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 18.3%, and EPS of 51 cents. Price history since last close, August 8th, they're up 13%, S&P down 4, and XLP down 8.1. Near-term options implied 13.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 20, gain of 20, gain of 6, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20, and short interest is 28%? No way. That's crazy. Reports of Discord being down. No way. The slews, don't the slews come out in an hour? Bro, you're telling me Celsius is 28% short? That's crazy. Again, I know they've been killing it, but I didn't know they were getting shorted to shit on that. That's amazing. Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Q3, revenue. Twist it. Guidance. Revenue, this one is for Datadog now. DDOG. Everybody in the DDOG, put your mother hands up. No? Okay. This one kind of has the pin in its own little weird way. I feel like Datadog existed longer than 2 years, but anyways, where are we at? So Datadog analysts expect 524.7 million versus 521 to 525. Non-GAAP gross margin 80.5. Non-GAAP operating 19.3 versus guidance of 18.8 to 19.4. EPS of 34 cents versus guidance of 33 to 35 cents. Cash from operations 109.1 million. Ending deferred revenue of 634.3 million and billings of 563.2 million. Next quarter revenue expected to be 544.9, non-GAAP operating or gross margin 80.4, operating 19.3. EPS of 35 cents, cash from operations 135.9 million, ending deferred revenue 683.1, and billings of 592.5 million. Full year guidance for the year, revenue 2.05 to 2.06 billion, operating income of 390 to 400 million, operating margin of 19 to 19.4%, EPS of $1.30 to $1.34, and since last quarter, August 7th, Datadog is down 22.8, S&P down 3.5, and XLK up by 0.01. And oh wait, it came out? Are you sure? Fed releases October senior loan off. Oh, dude, fucking daylight savings. I'm an asshole. That's why I thought it'd be an hour. If it's coming out right now, then there you go. We could read over it. Loan. Oh, I'm surprised nothing crashed yet. So usually something crashes. Does that make sense? All right. So see if the banks and the bonds want to move off of this. Again, usually everybody makes this issue. Maybe that's why everything's weird today. But the slews, again, this is the whole thing that came out right now. Algos are going to be picking this up. The Senior Loan Officer 2023 addresses the change. Is this it? Current survey for release at 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. No, this is it. So the October Senior Loan Officer Survey, SLOOS, addresses changes in the standards and terms of demand of bank loans. Regarding loans to businesses, survey respondents on balances reported tighter standards and weaker demand for commercial industry. Let's see if we can... Again, you're kind of reacting now. So see if you get headlines. Again, a couple. U.S. banks during Q3 saw tighter standards and weaker demand for C&I and CRE loans versus prior quarter. Moderate net shares of banks reported tightening on all other terms and C&I loans to firms of all sizes. Major net shares of banks that have reported having tightened standards on terms and C&I loans cited less favorable or more certain economic outlook. So I'll just read it. Furthermore, banks reported tighter standards, weaker demand for all commercial loan categories. For loans to households, banks reported that lending standards tightened across all categories for residential real estate loans and other government residential programs for which standards remain basically unchanged. Meanwhile, demand for all RRE loan categories. In addition, banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for home equity lines of credit. Moreover, for credit card, auto, and other consumer standards, the consumer loans, standards reportedly tightened and demand weakened on balance. The October SLUs included a set of special questions that asked banks to assess the likelihood of approving credit card and auto loan applications by borrower FICO or equivalent. Comparison with the beginning of the year, banks reported that they were less likely to approve such loans for borrowers with FICO scores of 620 to 680 in comparison with the beginning of this year, while they were more likely to approve credit card loan applications, about as likely to approve auto loans for borrowers with FICOs of scores of 720 and above for the same period. That's crazy. Did you hear that? So they added a special question for this SLUs, and they said, would you loan to the same credit card borrower today versus the beginning of the year? So, and then the bank said if you have a score of 620 to 680, they were less likely to give you money compared to the beginning of the year versus right now, where they're saying they wouldn't give you money. And then they're even saying if you have 720 or above, they'd be down to give you more. So the October SLUs, they also included a special set of questions that inquired about banks' reasons for changing standards for all loan categories in the third quarter. Banks most frequently cited less favorable or more certain economic outlook, reduced tolerance for risk, and deterioration of credit quality of loans and collateral, and concerns about funding costs as important reasons for tightening lending standards over the third quarter. So lending to business, questions on commercial and industrial lending over the third quarter. Significant net shares of banks reported tighter standards on C&I loans to firms of all sizes. Banks reported having tightened all query C&I loans to firms of all sizes over the third quarter. Tightening was mostly reported for premiums charged on riskier loans, spreads of loan rates over the cost of funds and the cost of credit lines, while significant or moderate net shares of banks reported tightening in all other C&I loans to firms of all sizes. By bank sizes categories, C&I lending standards and terms were less widely reported by large banks than other banks. Meanwhile, moderate net shares of foreign banks reported net tightening standards on C&I loans and C&I loan terms, such as spreads, loan rates, and cost of funds. You're still moving down a little bit on this. Major net shares of banks that have reported tightening standards or terms cited a less favorable or more uncertain economic outlook and reduced tolerance for risk and less aggressive competition from banks and non-bank lenders as important reasons for doing so. Significant net shares of banks also cited increased concerns about the effects of legislative changes, supervisory actions, and changes in accounting standards, the worsening of industry-specific problems, decreased liquidity in secondary markets, and deterioration in current and expected liquidity or capital positions as important reasons for tightening lending standards. Let me see. I'm going to start skimming a little more. Over the third quarter, major net shares of banks reported tightening standards for all types of commercial real estate loans. Such tightening was mostly reported by other banks than by large banks. Major net shares of banks reported weaker demand for all CRE loan categories, which was largely reported by large banks than by other banks. Furthermore, a significant share of foreign banks reported tighter standards for CRE loans, while a moderate net share of foreign banks reported weaker demand for such loans. Over the third quarter, banks reported having tighter lending standards for residential real estate and HELOCs, except government residential, for which standards remained basically unchanged. Significant net share of banks reported tightening for qualified mortgages, QM, jumbo residential, and non-QM, and HELOCs, while moderate net shares reported tighter standards in QM, non-jumbo, government-subsidized or sponsored enterprises, GSEs, eligible residential mortgages, and subprime residential. A modest net share of banks reported tighter standards for GSE. It's just getting into this specifics of what we went over. So it seems like everything tightened up. Again, big banks didn't tighten up as much between everybody. But real estate, even residential real estate, unless it was like a FHA loan or government loan, didn't change. But seems like the slews, all banking categories, they also reported some tightening of standards. Very interesting. I think even on the higher credits, they seemed a little more confident in the same thing. But for the most part, that's holding up pretty decent. Pretty decent. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. I don't know. The banks didn't really move too much off of it. If anything, I think it supports why the market wants to rally, but the question is now, do people freak out about it? Again, I mean, tightening all across the board. This does explain what you have seen over the last couple months. Again, everything with the bond market. It shouldn't be too shocking that everybody in banks are saying, oh my gosh, we're slowing down. So we'll see. The U.S. Defense has announced that the number of American troops who have suffered injuries over the last month of nonstop attacks by Iranian-backed militias on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria has now risen to 46. Oh my God, that's insane. How many people are still in hostage in America? But 46 injuries on troops is nuts. You have regionals are down 1-7. They're in the bottom right now. KRE. Again, we just went over, I think that was the final earnings preview too. What time is it? 2 hours remaining. Oh my gosh. How do you feel, Chad? Daylight savings, Monday. The market's down on a Monday. I don't think you're really used to this. You're near the low of the day by 1 point, 2 points. How you feeling, man? Puts on O. I mean, people are still worried about that buyout. Again, the latest thing said there's like transactional risk about closing that deal. HLIO. So you're starting to move down here a little bit. Again, big tech kind of giving up, but a lot of them are still holding up great. This is the equal weight. I mean, you're giving up a decent amount. Remember, we made a lot of progress on Friday, but now, I mean, you're just right back to the opening candles. So imagine, on Friday, you move 30 points up from here, but you've kind of given up all of that here throughout the morning. And then equal weight is almost down 1%. That's the wild part. So again, the indexes are only down a quarter right now. Doesn't look like a bad day. Russell's getting murdered, but the equal weight index is literally down about 0.82 right now. 4, 3, 4, 8. IWM looks terrible. Yeah, just basing out here, but IWM was a little higher than October. I did the same thing in October. It definitely looks a lot softer and looks more like bonds. What happened? Nothing really happened. Again, there was Fed Cook. She kind of said some bearish things, just depending on how you wanted to read into it. But for the most part, we started off the morning with a little bit of bond weakness, and I think that is kind of carried out throughout the day. We've given up a little bit. Equal weight index is down a lot, but then the overall indexes and big tech is holding up. I think we could still see a green Monday here, but for the most part now we have 2 hours left, and it's kind of been a slow dribble down all day as rates have came back up and everybody's waiting to see, does the rally continue or do we get clapped? Remember, they were talking about a short squeeze in bonds and everything else, but it's still in a high price relative, but we'll see what ends up going on from here. I mean, if today's the chill day, take a breather, then great, but hopefully, worst case scenario, we don't want that trauma back. You don't want this to be, again, it kind of happened on Friday if you think about it. You hit the 4.5 and we've instantly been coming back down here. So hopefully that is not like a little bottom peak that we have to deal with. But anything below here I do think will be a very, very good sign. For the wild in markets, cruise on the high. Would I buy SACH? I don't know what that one is, unfortunately. Sachem? Sachem? I don't know what it is. It looks a liquid as shit, though, just on the daily chart. Oxy, I like. I'm still in those shares. I am worried because who was it that did bad? Was it Chevron recently? One of them did bad, and then one of them did bad and came back up. I think it was BP who announced some bad news, more or less. Yeah, I do believe so. Let me check. And then SPY, I think it was BP, but didn't they have like a issue or something? I think all of them got clapped. Again, Oxy held up better, but they're kind of waiting on their earnings more or less. Oh, where is Burke anyways, too? Treasury yields 3 and 5 rise 10 basis points on a day. Yeah, it's big. That's why it's like we've made a lot of progress the last couple of days, but hopefully you see today's move on the bonds is pretty large. Just even on an intraday. I want to see Burke. We'll see here at the bottom of the day. What time is it? 11:15, almost power hour. 43, 48. Oxy for the long term. I don't like any of those I don't like energy in the long term. I know it's a weird view to some, but I would just rather get tech than energy in the long term any day. And then I'd go banking and financials before energy. I thought you were pro solar. I think it's great for your house, but that's it. No, I was like that prior. I didn't make a fortune buying Exxon. You know what I'm saying? Like, I made a fortune buying Amazon. I made a fortune buying Facebook stock, when it was called Facebook stock, all of the other companies throughout the years. But it's literally a result of names that I've always been a part of technology and knew about it. But energy, I never, it will maintain. It could have years of growth, good dividend, but it just doesn't have the ability to 10x, to 100x, go crazy and give you something good. I still do on Facebook, yes. Warner Bros. A lot of people have asked, that's WBD. I think I'm thinking of Para. But honestly, with all these, I feel like all of them could be higher, but then at the same time, there is a lot of competition. We're going to find out how Disney does, but I wouldn't put those as my first pick. I like Disney and Netflix above all else if you wanted anything in that space. All right, see if we can move DTCK. What's this? Davis Commodities. Why does this sound familiar? A lot of random runners, I feel like, today. This might be like the third or fourth one we've seen. Again, you just had the slews, a little bit of a negative reaction. Nothing too crazy. You had a small reaction from even like some analysts, but that's it. Everyone's chilling out. MATX on the high. All right, little pop there off the bottom. SPAR's moving a little. Hub G. Again, you have 2 hours still. Hour 45. Oh, man. It feels like power hour already. But now you have 2. Welcome, Monday Daylight. Save us. You have saved daylight today, too. I hope you feel good about yourself for saving said daylight. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom as we rally here. I hope my bathroom break doesn't kill the rally. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Bad timing. Bad timing. I think I left at bad timing. I thought so. That's why. It's an illusion. The market. This was on the whole time?
From the FDIC. Many banks took on more bond investments during the pandemic when they were
Why does it sound like PBS?
Deposits, but yields were low. So more recently, as yields soared, the value of fixed-rate bonds plummeted, contributing to paper losses for the banks. Now, it's unlikely those losses will ever be realized, but it does impact tangible book value in the meantime. So in theory, when rates decline, TBV growth accelerates, guys.
Leslie, I just want to ask you, by follow-up, late last week there was a glitch that knocked out part of the banking transfer system. Several companies that I'm aware of couldn't pay their workers. What happened, and has it been solved? How many were affected?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, Tyler. According to the Fed, this was due to a processing issue with the Electronic Payments Network, which operates the Automated Clearinghouse, or ACH. That's the group that processes transactions. So on Friday, customers at Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, Truist, US Bank, and Bank of America were impacted, although it was only a small proportion of depositors. Reports have shown that less than 1% of daily ACH volume was affected, and the issue has reportedly since been resolved, guys.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. Leslie Picker reporting.
For more on the regional bank rally, let's bring in senior research analyst covering U.S. banks, David George of Robert W. Baird. David, thank you for joining us today, and we're
Oh, what was that? Come on, man. I wanted to see what David was saying, man. They interrupted me. They got me mid-bathroom break, bro. What the hell? Is it because you guys are Schwab
From
now?
our standpoint, if you look at them on a pre-provision net revenue basis, which is how we think about these stocks, they are as cheap as they were in both the COVID pandemic as well as the GFC. Those are the only 2 times, Kelly, when these stocks were cheaper. So given the move in rates combined with sentiment and positioning, we think that the rally is justified. And we think over the next 18 months, there's still very significant upside in a lot of these names.
I think the problem is a lot of people might feel that they want to wait till we get through the downturn that could be coming to kind of peek under the carpet, that they don't feel comfortable yet until we move through the really down part of what could be, the coming credit cycle.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously, anytime we're making stock calls or longer term calls, you have to have a view as to how the future is going to play out, which is obviously unknowable. Now, from our perspective,
It's okay. Good timing. We're back anyways. It paused right when he says he leaves. It paused on a cliffhanger every time. Mm-hmm. They selling magic beans. Well, I mean, that has been a theme that's been going on. Not the magic beans, but you've had people talk about regional banks. Was it Bill Gross last week? Who was the one? I think he was the latest one saying it. Again, along the line saying that the falling knife has stopped. Just the week before, he was like, it's not done yet. Or I think Bill Ackman said the opposite. But a lot of people, again, regional banks, like that guy was just talking about, the last time they've been this low, they're still destroyed. The funniest part since SVB is, one, the market's rallied, but like regional banks, I mean, that has been the biggest death year of these banks. If you even pull up the chart, I mean, pretty much from like, last time they ever had drops like this and looked like this, it was '08. So they're back to those prices. I guess they could go down a lot lower. I think that's the part that everybody fails to mention, like those people on TV. But for the most part, I mean, it's still, it is down a lot. And I'm sure there's going to be a couple of people willing to gamble on it. But depends on what young Powell does. CNBC been glitching. It glitched out last time, too. I think on Friday. My thing started freezing. It was being mad weird. But man, then daylight say this thing's weird. I don't know. It feels like 12:30. I feel like the market's about to close, but it's not. And then I feel really well rested. Again, I don't know. It's kind of tripping me out. But welcome. The daylight savings. And it's now November 6th. You guys have what? 22 days, I believe? You got 22 days till Thanksgiving? And then Black Friday. And then you got to go Christmas shopping. Well, you guys shop. I didn't say I did say Christmas shopping, but it's American culture. I don't know what you into, man. That's crazy. And then New Year's. Oh, you got a New Year's resolution already? I hope you do. You can start it now, so then you could get into the gym ahead of everybody if you'd like. Feel like it's been 5 o'clock for the last 4 hours. It feels late. If it does feel a little later, like my body feels like it's a little later, but it's kind of nice. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day outside. It's a beautiful day. The markets, I mean, it's kind of entertaining too. We still got an hour and 30 minutes to find out if this closes green or not. You were green for like half the day, then you spent the second half red, and now you're not too red, but then the equal weight is really red, but then the tech is up, and then the Dow's like right there in the middle too. Oh, man. You live in a mall, and it's insane from November. What do you mean you live in a mall? You don't live in it like you live on top of the mall, huh? But you don't live like in a department store, do you? If they have that available, that's a new type of housing. But I've seen the ones like I could only imagine. I think in like San Fran, they have apartments that are like above the mall. Like it's very convenient for you. But yeah, dressing room of Saks? No. How much? If that's the new rental, I'm gonna start Airbnb-ing them shits. If you're telling me that's legit, I'm just saying. Estee Lauder and Elf. Why is Estee Lauder going up more than Elf? Earnings. I don't think I'm going to play any earnings today. I think Datadog can move. I have Uber for the long term. I think Uber's kind of hot. Like Uber analysts are like on the higher end of the highest company estimates. So I don't know. I think Uber is going to have a good report, but I don't know how it's going to do as it stacks up relative to the higher estimates. So other than that, I think Disney earnings I'm going to play after this week. And I think all of the earnings this week I might be down to go afterwards unless we keep getting bonds chilling out. And then otherwise we'll still ride out a couple of plays. But I still would like clarity in the bonds. I mean, again, last week was 5 days in a row of bonds rallying and recovering, kind of. I guess it was like very small movements and then the 2 big days. But, you know, we're not out of the clear just yet. And I think today was a reminder of that. I didn't fully leave TD Ameritrade, so I could log in and show you what's good right now. I showed this earlier for some of the chads. We are in a weird position right now because I have accounts everywhere. Uber everywhere. So pretty much I made the E-Trade account to shift the TD, and I finally got access to that. But then I still have 2 accounts at Schwab. So this is how it even looks when you log in. So here's your Schwab when you log in. It even says, welcome, your accounts have moved to Schwab. So they know who I am. They know where I'm from. See what I'm saying? So they moved it to Schwab. This is the small long term as well as the random account. And then this is my E-Trade. So now this was the big long term on E-Trade. This is now where it's at or this was on TD Ameritrade. This is now on E-Trade. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't fully left. I'm on both, but I don't have TD Ameritrade anymore. They've moved me to Schwab, and then I have one account on E-Trade, one account on Schwab, and we're either going to move them all to one place or maybe we'll keep them split. If Schwab doesn't show graph on home, mine does. Yeah. It's because I think mine needs to load. It just resets, unfortunately. Both E-Trade and Schwab, they reset your portfolio history. So your portfolio history just starts when the account is open. It's an apartment inside of an outdoor mall. Ah, that's nice. UTC is like that in San Diego. That's exactly what that is. I like looking at the mountain too, but hey, it is what it is. So I have both. Again, either way, it took time. I learned the basics through that. Just don't ever cancel your order. Make sure you have everything. You make a new account, you will have to verify a lot of stuff as well too. That's another factor. But for the most part, the Schwab transition was easy. It wasn't a problem. I made it a problem, and then I think E-Trade and Schwab are very similar so far with what I've seen. So it's really just preference now at this point. It is up to you, because I did it for convenience and I thought it was going to be more work, but I ended up just adding more work for myself, and then everything kind of just now it's still the same though. It's either both brokerages. I have to decide which one I like. Let's all move to Fidelity. So why Fidelity? Somebody asked me why I didn't like them, but why did you guys like Fidelity? You transferred to Fidelity. I like Fidelity has the interest rates. Fidelity. But doesn't Fidelity go out a lot? I feel like I've had a lot of Fidelity's down issues from the Chad, but other than that, I don't really have any issue with them. Fidelity is ass. Okay, calm down, Mr. Weeble. Okay? Relax before you start sending shots in the brokerage world. You got to understand your territory in the brokerage world. Okay? Just calm down. Calm down. Fidelity is great. I call them for big trades. Most of the time they'll get filled for an exact options contract. I work there. It's nice. You work at Fidelity? Is it cool? The money market account is great. And then no fees for anything, even OTC. Your mom retired from Fidelity. We've tried the other bigger ones. It is true. But E-Trade and TD Ameritrade, again, Fidelity, I used them early on back in the day, but I want to see their, what's it called? I want to see their platform. Either way, our price history chart is lost. Fidelity. You're worried about Dish? A lot of people are. A lot of people went big on Dish, man. Oh, damn, it went down 33 today. Oof. Yeah, that was off the earnings, but yeah, bro, Dish actually, dude, how did Dish go from $42 to $3? Whoa. I need to check. I need to see their debt stuff. I don't know if they have. I'll check right now. If they have a problem with like interest payments, that's crazy. Again, I know, didn't the CEO leave today? Or CFO? I knew they were getting killed, but not that bad. But Dish, don't they have other shit, or are they just still selling? Like, don't they sell sports, or are they just still selling like Dish satellite? Yeah, their debt is weird. So they've issued debt recently too. I don't know how they're getting away with it, but they're paying like $100 million to $1 billion, and they every year it seems like they pay out $1 billion in debt, and then $100 million a month. Honestly, their interest expense isn't that bad. But then they're doing they look like Rite Aid. It looks like the start of Rite Aid, kind of, where they're starting to get into, again, negative free cash flow. They still have good revenue and other things, but their free cash flow is just literally doubling and tripling into the negatives. Netflix should buy them. What are they? But you'd have to take on the debt. That's the problem with some of these communication companies, especially the ones that, dominated in the early days. Like this saying 1.96 billion in market cap. I could only imagine what their debt is. They issued more than 1.5 billion in March. So they probably have. There's probably like $10 billion in debt or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Elf finally coming back up. That one, I can't believe it even moved like that still. Down twice. Yeah, that's nuts. We are moving up a little bit, but still there's enough time to hit the level, come down a little bit, and then either break above it or sell off. All I care about is Monday. I'm going to laugh so hard if this Monday is not green, because then now what does that mean? That's going to confuse the shit out of everybody. I don't know if a red Monday is bullish or bearish. Isn't that funny? I do not know. I do not know if a red Monday. Why do I say that? Because every time it was a green Monday, how did the week end? It ended up red for the last 3 months. No exaggeration. If you opened up green on Monday, you were ending red by Friday. That was for about 3 months. So if today we open up red, then yeah, I don't know. But then again, this means absolutely nothing. That's the funniest part. So it's just all too fascinating. Futures are red. They're at negative 0.07. It hasn't been perfect. Yes, it hasn't. But we're making a move now. Again, we're about to go green. If we go back to green here, I mean, there you go. But that was a nice move off the bottom. You just double again the 43. I didn't know every 100 points though. This like 42, 47, and then next the 100 points lower is 43, 42, 37. That's the other level. U.S. plans $320 million in weapons transfer to Israel, as reported by Wall Street Journal. Oh yeah, right here. End of the day buying. It looks like Monday. That's why these Mondays suck. Because they feel so tense, and then you get these moves, and then like by the end of the day, you're either like barely green or just like we did all of that to do nothing, and then the next day we go nuts. How is your Schwab? It doesn't look the same. They're very similar though. Again, even Schwab and E-Trade, everything is super duper similar. So you'll be good. Eli Lilly, that's on the high again. NVO even running. And then ELF, we're almost back to break even on that one. Eli Lilly all day. They had some Alzheimer's news today. Televisa TV. I don't know about this one. Why would I? I mean, you guys are talking about Dish. The other one's pretty crazy. Yeah, Eli's still running. PayPal just canceled your credit without informing me. PayPal. Do they have another one? I mean, usually like PayPal, it's a weird type of credit line. I think, but you usually, like, I don't know if it's even like, does PayPal report to your credit? Save charge setups all gone for TD. Yeah, a lot of people said that this morning. Oh, it does? Yeah, well, anybody could do that. That's weird. Usually they'll give you a notice, though. They probably mailed it to you, if that was the case. Unless you defaulted on it. But if you didn't default, I mean, it's at their discretion. It usually doesn't happen, though. No email? Check your mail. Starbucks and CVS on the high. Remember, last week, Starbucks went a little crazy. So, Starbucks, I think every day. Yeah, every single day since that earnings, Starbucks is actually rallying. And then SPY still holding up. You're right at the cusp of going back to green, break even on SPY, Dow, and NASDAQ. Do you know why TD still charges 65 cents on commissions? That's for the options. I think everybody does. So, like, you get charged on Robinhood too, right? They charge you a couple of pennies. I don't know if you've noticed at this point, but everybody kind of does. I don't know, is Fidelity? I think even Fidelity charges you per contract. You guys were saying they got good fees, and they don't, but everywhere charges you per contract. For shares, they shouldn't, though. Like TD Ameritrade shouldn't charge you for shares, neither should E-Trade. Hood charges like 02 to 01, yeah. 3 cents, 60 per contract on Fidelity. Yeah, TD is the same. Green candle, you're back to green, baby. And there it is. So again, financials didn't recover there. Healthcare was one of the bigger leaders here on the day. Where's retail? TSM's on the high. Interesting. Is using Revolut for NASDAQ stocks just a stupid decision? Not if it's your only option, if that makes any sense. Because, like, I know, like, isn't Revolut European? And, like, there's other ones, Canada, you got to use certain brokerages, all that. So it's like, if you don't have any options, like, again, you could even get away with Square and other things. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you have the ability to get with a good institution and, like, there's nothing limiting you, I mean, the question is usually why not? So you'd be more bearish if we finish green today? Kinda, in a weird way, because then we just repeat Monday green again. back to the plan. But then I feel like Monday Green gets everybody excited. So it's weird. Josh is feeling bullish. I was feeling bullish in October. And then I got my ass handed to me. I didn't sell anything, which was the good part. And then I got it back. So now I'm just like, okay, this is extended October rally, which I was down with. But then my problem is the bonds are literally up like another 1% or 0.5% since then, even after the recovery. So that's my only issue. Only issue is I sense the pervasiveness of the bond market. Like I feel it. I every day that something's moving, I just feel how much of an invisible hand the bonds and interest rates have right now. Nothing else matters. Again, bonds and dollar would probably be the most two biggest factors. Everything else is just it's just a dance in the meantime, if that makes any sense. So again, it's like you'll notice your technicals will line up. A lot of things just line up, but it all boils down to the bonds. They're communicating very strong right now, or again, their effect is felt very heavily. So I am bullish in the short term. Unless the bonds F things up, which, again, they look good after the last couple of days, but to start off the week, that paranoia is still lingering, it seems like. We went over Celsius's preview. I think they're going to kill it. We are in the bond supply. They announced what was happening. This week is going to be about like facing it. We're going to see what actually happens now. So last week you heard the announcement. This week we're going to see like what actually goes down once they sell those bonds. So that's even part of today too, is just it's all related to the rates. So, again, we were all hyped up on it last week. Now we go into the moment and see, do people still want to buy bonds? And then how does that stack up against, all these amounts of selling? Do you feel there will be a huge event today? No. How do you feel about the whole too big to fail Bank of America? What do you mean too big to fail? They've always been like that. I mean, all of the banks, isn't that, that whole too big to fail originated from these guys back in the day. All of the initial banks, they let a couple go under, even nationalized Fannie Mae and all of that. So, I mean, I do think there is too big to fail to a degree, but I don't think they're going to try to save it in the meantime, if there is. But at this point, this goes back to what I'm saying with bonds. I think things are precarious on so many realms, but how that gets reflected and what happens to the bond yields to cause something, I think that is where it's at. Because you got to realize, if they cut rates tomorrow, if Powell wants to cut rates to zero, not one bank in the world has an unrealized loss now on held to maturity. And if anything, they come home with a gain. Let me say that one more time. Although it's unlikely, just you got to think about how we got here. But if Powell wanted to cut rates to zero, in the snap of a finger, every single one of those banks held to maturity losses now goes back to a gain. Then none of them lose anything anymore on paper. And now it frees up their credit, their assets, whatever, so on and so forth. So that's the interesting part about all of these, where it's like, okay, they're getting tied up. There's one thing about their core businesses are running. They're slowing down a little bit. The issue is that money and some of the investments they made, but it's like, it's there. What scenario? Like a COVID or world war. It's just some stupid shit. But at the end of the day, it's in general, I mean, remember, rates were at zero. We went up, but it's like if the valuation of what they're holding is going to create the biggest problem for them, don't underestimate that the Fed there. Dude, look at the bonds right now. You're flushing on TLT. But just don't estimate that the Fed makes one move on rates, the whole valuation picture changes. But I don't know what scenario he would. And then 10-year, bro, you're going higher. This is insane. So TMV, TVT on the high. It's a pretty big move. Like I'm saying, just for like an intraday move on all this, kind of wicked. At least for the bonds. It just doesn't feel like a lot because of how we moved. But let's go. Where's the 10-year chart? I'm going to say, why is that going down? We're breaking. Where was this? So this was back to the morning on Friday. Yeah, this is right when, and Friday was non-farms. So you've given up. The bonds have given up non-farms, if you really think about it. So again, remember it was good non-farms data and we rocketed the bonds. They're holding the level. They're coming back to retest it, but you've given up now all of the gains from Friday. The market hasn't. Again, from non-farms, where were you? Yeah, you were right here, that 430 still. They're still 4 points higher, but the bonds have given that up now. And they're going into the low too. Powell needs to hold for months to tame inflation, possibly all of next year. That is the million-dollar question. How long he holds it for. Literally, you'll make a lot of money on that if you could figure out how long. So, again, some instances 2 months, some instances 18 months, some 6. That seems to be the average. So, we're going to see. But I think a 6-month time frame, and now we're about to enter 60 days of pausing. By the time we get to the next Fed meeting. And SPY still holding up here. ELF through the high. You guys noticed the dollar started moving. So as we started to kind of break down on the second half, you went up a little bit. Dollar's back into green. So I was saying he wasn't a problem child earlier in the day, but if the dollar goes up, that won't be too good. I think he holds until 2025. So the interesting part is that not even Powell is expecting that, but everything can change. So right now, the dot plot is showing cuts at the end of 2024. So they're saying by the end of 2024, most people on the Fed believe that they will be lowering rates. But then again, like Powell lets you know, those dot plots are not set in stone and are just estimates and can change with incoming data. The dot plots have been ass. They've been kind of close, but they've been super raw. I mean, remember we started this year and people were like, only 2 more hikes. You got 4. And then the same thing happened last year before that. Everyone is weird how it all plays out. But like, we've just been what happens is that we get massively wrong and then make a fat adjustment and then everybody goes back to normal. Netflix finally green. It's like 0.2 up or something. Yeah, 0.07. Woo! Let's go, baby. I'll take it, though. I mean, again, we were having gains from Friday, so they're actually kind of holding their non-farm gains. I'm down. We're up almost, I think, yeah, we're like $9.50 a share. Let's take them back to the range. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul playing CLX on the high. Well, Chad, not to worry. Not to worry. Why? Because in 8 minutes, you have power hour. And now we're back to green, barely. Kind of getting your rally here. Bonds low, which is getting weird from here. They were moving in tandem together. And then right at 10 minutes after the hour, bonds still getting weakness. And then markets rallied about 2 points. 1.5 points. I think we're going to close red. We could. We're right at VWAP. I mean, right, dude, it's anybody's game. It's 0.04, 0.05, and then 0.13. I think Russell is the one decidedly red. Not just no hope for bonds, especially with the bonds dumping into all of this. And the dollar's climbing. So we'll see. Yeah, Netflix is good. We'll take it. We'll take it and welcome to Power Hour. Almost. Trying to catch TLT falling knife is difficult, but whoever catches it hits the ground will do well. It would. I 100% agree. It's just the problem you have to realize is Powell is a leprechaun. That's all you have to realize. There is a pot of gold at the end of the TLT rainbow, but it's Powell the leprechaun just making these optical illusions, perception. They have to be lucky rates. And then he just scurries off. 2 more rate hikes. 5 more. And then he just scurries off, bro. And then he's like, don't do it. I'm going to raise more. And then he just starts running away. He's like a little duende, bro. A leprechaun. I think it makes sense. Like, think about it. You guys don't... You're telling me you don't see a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end of it? Really? You just want to ask me every day if you should buy TLT? It'll get fucking murdered, bro. It'll be, I have a beaten face on the day, down 7%. You're like, I think this one's the day. I'm kind of feeling that we buy TLT. Then I'll do it again the next day, lose a leg. You guys are like, I don't know, man. It's looking kind of nice now. What do you think that is? That is a rainbow with a pot of gold at the end of it. That's all. And what's been the problem? Some people are like, okay, I'm down for the fucking rainbow, but it's been like 2 years now. You know what I'm saying? And you're still on this journey in the rainbow just to keep getting longer. You're like, wait a minute. So that's it. You don't know when the rainbow ends. Higher for longer. You don't know when, but it's Powell's job to be a leprechaun and not let you know where it ends. Because if too many people know where the end of the rainbow is, then the gold, and then there's a riot. No, it don't work like that. So Powell wants you to believe in the higher for longer rainbow, and he don't want you to know that there's a pot of gold, and if you try to chase it, he'll beat you. That is the message they're trying to get across. I think it's a really good analogy if you really think about it. So that's why it's like, I feel on the bond plays, we've talked about it a lot, but just keep in mind, we don't really know. There is going to be a reward, but, you know, I think use the handy-dandy yield curve. You're telling me, I love the yield curve even more. Even though, again, it's mysterious, nobody knows how to read it. I have my own theory of it, but so far, my theory's been hitting. The only problem, again, you rally on inversion. That's something I got to learn over the last couple of years, but I'm telling you, once it really uninverts, that's our... Look at how close we got. Look at how close we got, and then it didn't. It's very simple. Once the 2 and 10-year inverts, it's setting up for the problem. It says like 12 to 18 months right now. I think we're at what? We are at 7, we're 8, 9, 10. You're at 16 months right now, exactly, since the yield curve inverted. So I made these videos for years. Again, even when it happened, the first inversion was around here. So we've stayed inverted for about like a year and 4 months. So all I said is once the 2 and 10 years uninvert, we're going to have a problem. That's when you have a problem. But, you know, essentially what ended up happening here is every time it uninverts, though, and starts to get there, we have a problem. Yes, God willing, man. God willing. God willing, it keeps working. You know what I'm saying? Like, it almost gave us a signal. I pray to God it didn't give us a false signal. And sure enough, it didn't. You know, we were about to get clapped. And then right as the market calms down, sure enough, the yield curve has still not been uninverted after that deep inversion. So, yeah, once the 2 and 10-year uninverts, no bueno. Yeah, pretty much there will be a time when the 2-year and 10-year uninverts. I'm assuming it will come as a result of the yield curve uninverting, or excuse me, a Fed rate cut. But that will be the rate cut I do not buy. I may buy it for a week or two as everybody buys it, but then I'm dumping the shit out of everything after that one. So the first cut of this cycle, I'm leaving. Played NQ. No, not since getting clapped on at the beginning of the year. I mean, I could have got some money back here, which would have been, I could have got like half of my losses back since I closed at like the end of June. I was closing around here. So, and then I was short like around here, I believe. Or again, it was in from December. So it was pretty bad. But I could have made half of it back. But now it's like, right now, this is where I closed my NQ short, believe it or not. Give or take a couple of points. But I have not double dipped on that one yet. But I'm still in the yuan. I don't really recommend any long-term commodity stocks. I don't recommend anything, but myself personally, I don't have any long-term commodity or energy stocks. I don't know if I could replicate that ever again. Oh, they after me, lucky rates. And I just feel like I don't know if I could, if that sounds the same. Heard this, the money is not made in the trading, the money is made in the waiting. Indeed. Indeed. Uninvert, yes. So the curve is inverted right now. Once it goes back to a normal uninverted shape with short-term yields higher than long-term, that's where I believe you'll have a problem. Power Hour. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked the video. I hope you love yourself. But Power Hour has began on this Daylight Savings Monday, day after the biggest rally of the year, the Monday after. So we were down for a little, we were up for a little bit, went down for a long time. Now you just rocketed back. The bonds are not feeling any of this today. And now you have 1 hour left with a couple of earnings after the bell. Some more for the rest of the week, but a lot less earnings this week than any other week of the year so far. The last, I guess, couple of weeks. Smaller earnings session. Hey, top of the morning to ya. The economy is like a pot of gold. We're keeping a close watch and making sure it's magically stable growing. Remember, financial stability is as valuable as the rainbow's end. Huh? I tried. That was pre-written for me by a Twitch chat. So I tried. You know what I'm saying? I tried. They gave me the script. I tried to read it out. I didn't know if that way, hey, top of the Fed cycle to you, huh? Financial conditions magically restricted. No? Okay. Sorry. I thought it was... Yeah, Biden. It's like an Irish pirate Biden. There's a lot happening. It's a pirate leprechaun. You were in Portugal. That was for the Revolut question. You don't know where to look. Any opinions on European? I think Questrade for the Canadians. Interactive Brokers, I think, is the best for foreigners. You might be able to access it. They have like weird ass fees and shit, and it's hella complex, but at the end of the day, IBKR Interactive, you could get, I think, global exposure if you're for it. And it's a fully legit ass trading platform and like brokered, full service. They have everything you'll need. It's a little bit more advanced than your trades. Very advanced, actually. I think the learning curve on IB is a lot higher. They're after me, Lucky Charts. Said, what's his name? Bullard. Isn't that sad we're not going to hear Bullard anymore? He's gone. Interactive and Questrade are the best for Canadians. I know the Canadians love Questrade. Y'all love Questrade like maple syrup. You know what I'm saying? They were the plug for the Canadians. I don't know if things have changed, but it's always been like that. If you change your bank account, they lock you out of your money for 45 days, IBKR. Yeah. All of these brokers are bullshit. You have to understand that. No matter what you are, who you are, they all have their little rules, and like if you fuck around, they will restrict you from your money. Like, don't forget about that. So I think on all of them, make sure you know the drawbacks to wherever you're going to want to go to. But they'll definitely just, how they are with the rules. Again, I learned that with the transfer thing. I was like, you guys are kidding me. I was so shocked that even I got clapped. Again, you guys, it took me an extra week and a half to get my account access just because of a bunch of weird issues. So we'll see. Have we done philo yet? I have not done any philo for today. No. We've been talking, but I had a good philo on Friday. We talked about it a little bit, but I've been feeling those vibes a lot lately. And again, I think peace and love is one of the biggest philos, man. I've been thinking about a lot of things. I've been looking at things, and I want to make sure people are rested and ready to go. I've seen a lot of emotional people, especially when the markets get more emotional. But dude, peace and love, man. I'm telling you, a lot of it's the foundation of everything. And like I'm saying, even resting, and if you want to be able to find rest, man. It's hard to find rest if you ain't got peace. If all you see in your heart and everything is hatred too. And again, the world around us is trippy, man. It's trippy. We see the exact opposite every day. I promise you see something about death, violence, killing, and war every day before you see anything else. You turn on the TV, you turn on Instagram, anywhere you're hearing Israel, Hamas, Palestine, people getting murdered. They got pictures of it. So just like that, you've been bombarded with that for a while. So, I mean, if I was going to give a philo, it is one on rest and honestly the practicality of the emotional control, but also too, like, peace and love with that in that same sense. But I did like last Friday's philo a lot, and I hope a lot of you took it to heart and got to relax and realize, even then, I think some of you got miracles at your fingertips, but like you need to drink water and like eat food and be rested, because you could work miracles, but like if you not rested, like you're not the same if you don't have a Snickers, You're not the same when you're hungry. Amen. WeWork co-founder says we'll emerge successfully with the right team. Alto, why does that sound so familiar? Alto Ingredients, they're up 5. Nice ticker, nice candle too. A lot of people with high IQs are terrible investors because they got temperaments. You need to keep raw, irrational emotion under control. Charlie Munger. We did do Uber earnings. Yes, we did all of them. We did every single earnings preview, I think like an hour ago. Theo Vaughn and Tucker. I saw clips of it, but I didn't watch all of it. Emotions. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, man. The philo on Friday, it was a cool way to read the Bible. Always, I love getting another interpretation from a story, but it does boil down to like a miracle worker complaining, wanting to die because he got emotional and he wouldn't eat or drink, the rest. And legitimately, I hope some of you don't feel guilty for taking a step back, you know what I'm saying? And calming down a little bit. And pulling back, because if it's for the right reason, and especially that, but it's huge where it's like I'm saying, what's making you more emotional is chances are you're probably tired. That's what it is. That's where I'm saying, again, I think this year has been tiring. I think the markets have been tiring. You see what I'm saying? And like, if even you could be the best fighter in the world, you could do miracles. You could be the strongest person in the world. You could have a lot of stamina, but it's just like year after year. And then again, a year like this, you're doing all of this craziness. Like, think about it. Like, you're going to get tired. And if you're tired, it's way easier to get emotional. And that's what I'm saying. You don't think every time we have the same sort of drawdown, people talk about selling the long term. Again, same type of point drawdown, everything. Why? Doesn't matter what happened. Doesn't matter what's going to happen. They're just getting tired. You go 3 months in a row not seeing something go up, you're going to be like, man, fuck. It doesn't matter if the first 6 months was every month you don't remember. Our long term would go higher and higher and higher. Every day we wake up, boom, it will go up. Every day we wake up, boom, we go up. Every day we wake up, boom, we go up. Every day. Every day. You don't remember that? Day after day after day. Your long term for months in a row. You loved it. You didn't get tired of that. Or, you know what I'm saying? Just straight killing it. Isn't that funny? You like Kobe putting up 81 points. You're like, I ain't tired. You throwing up 81 points. You go 0 for 10. You go 0 for 15 for 3 months. Now you're like, I'm tired. I hate this. Now you're like, I'm not the same. Is the long term? Now you get isn't that funny? You just get emotional. You just your emotions start making you doubt what a long term is. You're like, oh no, maybe the long term cheating on me. Oh no, man, it's been 3. You start getting tired, you're gonna get emotional. That's it. You get tired of it, you get emotional about it. Yes or no? That's when people say I'm tired of it, most of it that's a translation for saying I'm getting emotional now. Is how I would translate it. Who would get tired of making money every day? Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't get tired. You really don't. But how your emotions respond to the other side, that's the part they didn't teach you. So you see what I'm saying? Everybody thinks they can make money, right? And everybody, no problem with that. But did you learn how to lose money? Did you learn how to go down? Did you learn how to hold? Again, think about all of those things that go with it, where just like, that's the next realm of all of this. Again, it was a wicked 3 months. I got murdered, and then I got it all back in a couple of days. To be honest, I'm like, all right, well, shit. Fair enough, but at the same time, it's still like I could see how I was getting tired. I could see little by little emotionally, you just felt it around you, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So I hope you just know emotions and tired go hand in hand. You see, that's all you got to think. Last time I was emotional trading, I stepped back, got a long term, no longer emotional. Amen. Amen. The long term will help a lot. But then again, you saw what happened. Dude, it was just a couple weeks ago. You had people, again, they got tired. They got emotional, starts going down there. You just all like, you got to make your decisions still. But everybody is unique. And this is one of those game changers. You know what I'm saying? Where just like when it's all said and done, how you handle these emotions, I mean, this is enough to really change the trajectory of what you accomplish. What if it's a 0% day to F with the Bulls and Bears? Maybe. That'd be insane. 7 hours. We're getting close to it. We got 48 minutes left. Eli Lilly, Humana's on the high. Where's Cigna? Cigna still clapped from that news earlier. Snowballing SGDs is the key, baby. SGD, it stands for Small Good Decisions. It was a very big philo that we've had a couple years ago. I think it's on the main philo channel, but at the end of the day, you got to think about it. Like, even bad things. Let's start with the bad. nothing bad in life really just happens. As weird as that may sound. And a lot of people hate it when you bring that up because, we all have had things happen to us that we didn't plan for, that were unexpected. And, some of us have had life-changing events. But generally speaking, the idea is that, things compound. It's usually a series of collective bad decisions that led me up to a certain outcome. And it's usually compounding them. A lot of times, and again, too, a lot of people are thinking they need to make big moves. It's not about, you don't make one big mistake in life that makes it where you don't accomplish anything. Same thing happens with success as well, too. It does not work like that. So it's about compounding small, good decisions. Again, one Big Mac don't make you fat, 1,000 every day will, vice versa. Going to the gym once ain't going to make you healthy and swole. Saving money one time isn't going to make you rich. But you do that little by little and you make a bunch of small good decisions. It's so much easier to manage life and make good decisions if you start breaking them down as I just need to make a bunch of small good decisions over and over and over again. That's all you have to do, and your life will make a dramatic shift. My goodness. SGD, baby. Have you seen all the online clips of Gen Xers giving up on life because everything's unattainable? Yes. I've also seen them for every generation. So let me see if I can find it quick, but go look at the, you can see that for every generation. You know that? The boomers had it, all of them. Even in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, 90s. Every decade, you have literal news clips of people complaining about the cost of living, and the younger generation about how it's hard for them, how it's just they don't see an opportunity, and that the interest rates down to the properties, all of it. So, I mean, maybe it's our turn to get our shot at it, but yeah. But it's factually the least affordable time ever. I don't know about that. I don't know if I think relative, is it nominally the most unaffordable? Yes. But like the real values, I mean, again, things have changed. You guys remember when they're like $10 back then was worth so much. Yeah, like they still had electricity bills that were $10. Like, it's actually like it's crazy to think about, but relatively speaking, I personally do not believe. Again, you're gonna say I'm a rich dude and this and that, but that's not what it's based off of. It's like literally just looking back at times and just understanding how every generation has this. If anything, the number one thing I stand by is access to credit. It's prices are up. It is more unaffordable in certain areas, but to a degree, please don't ever forget that you have access to credit. That's why the news you shouldn't like is credit tightening. Although you may be like, that's good and we need it to stop inflation, just don't forget you have access to credit. That's all. I told you I have the Google Doc. Just people got so mad last time. I did this math last year around the same time. I could do it again, update it for this year if you would like. And again, the numbers are kind of skewed depending on how you want to look at it. But like, if you haven't realized by now that the media and everybody just takes this data to make sensationalist content about it, then that's it. You can find data, average, median, this and that. You take whatever you want, and then they spin whatever story to give you a dramatic thing that's going to get you to watch for 60 seconds all the way through. So if you haven't learned that by now, then I'm sorry. But unfortunately, it's just like, the data, I think it is what it is, but there's definitely, you look back at it, you will realize certain things about the past and how it relates to today. And the fact of the matter is, the houses and shit was cheaper and all of it was cheaper, but they weren't getting paid that much. And what they were spending, back then they were spending more money to get fucking clean water and utilities, and they didn't have internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was where 10, 20% of income was going at one, or 5% was going. Yearly income was getting spent on utilities, and you spend money on utilities now, but it's not as much as they spent back then. And that's why it's funny, because you're getting way more. You now have the internet. You now have the best set of your utilities are unwavering comparatively. And then again, not to mention credit. All right, where is this thing? I say it's all. I don't know. I gotta go through all. Oh no. It's in my abyss of Google Docs. I can say my parents would trip out about leaving lights because of the electric bill. Oh, yeah. I think a lot of our parents. But the point is, you have credit, though, now. I'm not saying things are cheap, but what I am saying is every generation goes through this. I hope you guys can respect that. That's why I'm like, it's not... is your challenge could be a little tougher, but also your challenge is a little easier than the past generation, and then the one before that, and the one before that. That's pretty much how it's played every single time. And that's where I'm just like, I really hope you get it. There's a lot of fear porn out there that gets people thinking, oh my God, never this or that. But it's like, that's been going on for 40, 50 years now, where every generation has acted like this to a degree. Yeah, where is this thing? Oh, yeah, so this is what I had. So again, and this is what I found it now. This is when we last made it. I just went through and I looked up median. It was like median or average. So again, and that's what I was saying, if you go back in time to find this data, everybody has kind of their own point. There's like a range, but even getting the data from this time was kind of questionable. But this is what it was. This is for I think 1970. Average home price was $23,000. Average salary $6,100 for males. Again, $2,300 for females. This is the shit I'm talking about. Where it's like, again, for a society that gets so mad and political about progressive and all of that, it's funny how can we not ignore this? Let's just state the elephant in the room. Like I'm telling you, access to credit. You guys are like, oh man, my generation's so hard. It's like, dude, if you were a girl, all the ladies in here would make 60% less just because they were ladies. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me on this, man. That's why this is what I'm talking about, where it's like life was so much different. So like imagine how people viewed their aspects of advancement when literally there's a huge gap between males and females. This is what I meant by credit. So what did that mean? There was less women owning homes. There was less minorities owning homes, younger people, all of that. So, but this is, again, the simple way of my calculation. I go through all of this. I go through the salary. We go through college debt. Again, some people had debt. You got some rates here. You go over the taxes, and I just calculated how much percent of income you were spending. If you just took the average income, average salary, how much that were you using, all of that, what you were left with, and then how many years that would take you to save up the down payment of a home. And then if you compare that to modern numbers, which again, higher home price, higher salary, you got college debt, other things, it's just pretty much you were able to save up for a down payment and get a house in 1.6 years in this environment versus in the 70s, even though the house was only $23,000. We get it. Why are you so mad that I'm talking about it? Why is this setting you off if that's like your only contribution to this so far? Or if you don't have another question about another market topic, to bring it back to topic, why is this pressing you so heavy? If not, then you can, I'm sorry for bringing this up. Again, somebody brought this up. I'm answering theirs, but like I'm saying, for a little bit of hope of the future generation, or maybe for your generation, I don't know which one you're a part of, but super simple. It's not what everybody in the media makes it out to be. And, like I said, each generation has our problems. We have our own advantages, and everybody in every generation has gone through this. So I hope you don't let that deter you from making very good financial decisions and preparing for the long run just because you think it's unattainable, when in reality, it's the similar challenges that other generations have faced. Student loans are in the 4%. Would you pay them off and invest? You could. I mean, you got to run off the numbers, but then again, you'll never be able to borrow that money there for that unless rates go down. So that's always a way to think of. That's how I look at it. Like, I have houses and I kind of want to pay off the mortgages. I've wanted to, but I look at them and I'm like, there's no way I'll ever borrow money that cheap. So I just keep them, pay the interest there, and then take any other money and gain on that instead. And then there you go. Enjoy the perspectives. I'm glad I found this group. Hey, Meg. Thank you, my friend. Overstock is now beyond. If this is what the Great Reset is, or what else in 50. I think the Great Reset will be a result of when this ends. It will be the end of the decade, I think. Once we find out where all of them, like right now, everything's still shuffling. They threw a bunch of money in a vortex and it's falling in all these places. And now you've watched a lot of the money fall in certain areas, but now it's still kind of moving around. So the way I've always looked at it, I think I don't view the Great Reset as what people are thinking. Like, it's not some woke shit where you're going to own nothing, but like legitimately just a reset of this damn economic MMT cycle and the result with it. But that's why, like, again, we've talked a lot about real estate. I think that is a big factor. Real estate in long term, you will be Great Reset immune no matter what. No, that's the whole point. No matter what generation you live in, when you own those assets, no matter how society has changed, you have been able to adapt with it, even if you were unadaptable. How come boomers are sitting in $5 million houses they bought for $50,000? Because they bought a house. They didn't adapt personally, but their investment did. Again, same thing with the 401ks and stocks. So that's more along the lines of what I'm at, but I hope that makes sense too. How do people do that when they're barely able to save? It's a phenomena of finding a way to save money even when you cannot. So it would be like being stuck in the wilderness, right? If you were stuck in the wilderness and I gave you 30 days of food, you wouldn't eat half of it in one day and tell me, well, how am I able? I can't get more food, so why should I be smart with what I have now? You see what I'm saying? You need to learn how to be in the jungle and find a way to conserve whatever you have and stretch it out. That is the general idea of, yes, I don't have money to save. You need to find a way to start whatever dollar you touch in life. You need to start rationing that and find a way to make it go to use. You're rationing it now to survive, but have you rationed it out to save? I know that sounds very weird, but that is That is what you have to do. That is the richest man in Babylon. That is the general idea of what we teach here. You have to save 10% of every dollar that you touch right away, and then go pay your bills. And then you will notice the phenomena that if you save first, you will find a way to cover everything else. You balance out that food you have, and you'll see what happens down the line. You will make it through the month, usually. So that is the weird part to it all. But that right there is it's a major key, bro, major secret. And once you figure that is the that will get you up from being able to have nothing to getting something, and then where you go from there. I mean, like you said, that you get the long term, you set it up, you're going to be good. But having that mentality will change your financial future. I guarantee it. Again, we're not assuming everybody has food in the jungle. But just because you don't have a lot of food don't mean you eat it all and waste it. But if you could learn how to use something with that and find a way to save from nothing, my brother, you just unlock the secret. That's it. Once you figure that out, you ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't. So there you go. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now because it's bad boy for life. I think Lucid will mad Tesla red tomorrow. Will be mad red? I don't know. I think Lucid is just they're guidance oriented, unfortunately. So I think their numbers are going to be awful, but all that matters is their guide in those deliveries. The news is Powell is going to be speaking again. So that's going to be the biggest news than preliminary consumer sentiment. I think that's going to have more importance just because it is sentiment-wise, and that's what your boy Powell and everybody on the Fed's been talking about. Then you got a lot of other people, too. Donald Trump testified in civil fraud where prosecutors accuse him of inflating his worth to gain unfair financial advantages. Trump expressed it as very unfair before his appearance. Oh, do you think Tesla will Lucid make Tesla red? No, I don't think so. Maybe unless they do really bad and then they all do bad, but I don't think Tesla will do good enough, or Lucid does so good that, it hurts Tesla in that sense. Listen, Chad, I was one of those people that thought I didn't have enough to save. The last 20 months, I saved $80,000. By saving first, you could do it. I think I don't know. We could do an altar call. You could raise your hand if you were somebody who thought you could never save, your expenses were too high, and then you found a way to save. If you've discovered that, raise your hand. I don't know. Because $80K is a lot. I don't think that happens for everybody, but I think at every scale from small to large, anybody I've seen do this, they've noticed a change, a wild change. Finger to the sky, baby. Mm-hmm. We spent on useless, so just save 10. That's it. I'll tell you, bro. I'll keep it simple because everybody, right after I explain the simple version, they say, well, what about taxes? It's very simple. Every dollar that you touch goes into your bank account you are entitled to the minute you receive that dollar. A dime of every dollar goes to a separate account for yourself. And then pay your bills, then pay whatever else you have to. But a dime of every dollar you touch is yours. That's it. I'm telling you to tithe to yourself. It's so amazing. You still need to do your 10% to the Lord, but I'm just telling you, even if you can't even get that far, I'm telling you to pay what the Lord wants for yourself, for you. It's yours. So every dollar that you touch, a dime is yours to keep. That's it. And that's it. Scale that up however you want. You touch $100, that means you get 10 of those. You see what I'm saying? You get $10, that means you get $1. Everything, go buy whatever you want, spend, give whoever you owe, you got to pay people, pay them, do whatever, but you get 10 cents of every dollar. That is your dollar. That is your rate of working in life. Isn't that fucked? I know. Imagine if you didn't pay yourself. You don't even get it. At minimum, you get 10 cents of every dollar in another account that is yours. Boom, that's mine. That's what I did. That's what I work for. This is it. I'm going to pay everything else. We'll figure out how to do everything else, but I get mine. Mine is my 10 cents of every dollar that I've touched. That's it. And that right there will change a lot. After a couple of months, you're no longer going to be in the, oh, well, I don't have anything. I'm like, well, it was a little difficult, but I do have something now. And then little by little, you will notice that that is the story that will keep on occurring. If you're in debt, do you still tithe? Why are you asking me? That's between you and the Lord, my friend. That's why I said every time we talk about all the other stuff, so many things. But today, I'm here to just tell you, 10 cents of every dollar is yours. Everything after that, you guys go from there. Again, everyone worries taxes. I'm trying to get people to tithe to themselves. So the Lord may strike me down because I'm not even telling you to give the 10% to the Lord. I may have in the past, but like I'm saying right here, right now, Chad, it's just 10 cents of every dollar is for you. And you got to separate that. And that is the game changer. That once you learn that phenomena, it is where a lot of things can start to unlock. My life changed a long time ago and I stopped looking at what I made and I started looking at what I spent. I spend about 40% of my income now. This pace of change is fine. I mean, I'm chilling, bro. But it felt weird. I'm excited, but then I'm not. And then I feel like I'm going to get sore faster. That's what, on the workouts. But for the most part, pretty chill. I feel I'm going to have a lot more energy till the end of the year. You realize I'm waking up an hour earlier now? It feels, or an hour later, everything just feels so weird. You would be surprised. I'm still off caffeine. Yeah, I had a green tea at sushi 2 weeks ago, but no, I had no caffeine in the morning. Just vitamins. That's it. That natural wellness thing. Some echinacea, some black seed oil, some B12. I'm juiced. It's hard. You'll get used to it. The time change. You'll get a good rest in. That's it. It's just my days will be now. It's just gonna feel later, so I'm gonna feel tired before I even go to the gym. Vitamin. No, I eat a little in the mornings now. I'll just eat a croissant. I have cereal now. I don't really eat cereal, but I've tried cereal a couple of times. But no, I have to eat a little bit. It's something, bread or something, and then I down the vitamins. Otherwise, yeah, don't do that, bro. I've done it before. I don't think you guys noticed. One time I had vitamins on an empty stomach, bro, and I was about to vomit all over the mic. I think I just muted it and left for a second, and it was bad because it was just the vitamin. Oh, it's just it gives you that mouth-watery feeling, dude. It's the worst. Harris, they had good news recently, but I'm not prepared for any of those earnings. We went over all the earnings previews already. R.I.P. Egg Bites. Yeah, Egg Bites. They didn't make it past 2020. I don't know. Even when I go to Starbucks, like I still like have relatively easy access to Starbucks. I just stopped. I don't know. I think I had too much Starbucks food for some time in my life. That's it. I think after COVID, it kind of changed. I think it was COVID. I stopped going to Starbucks after COVID. I was like, nah, I'm good. I usually don't like breakfast because it puts me to bed. Like, I say, Proverb says the empty stomach drives a worker on. And I really agree with it. Because if I eat too much, bro, I just chill. Like, I don't want to do anything if I eat. That's why I eat really good on the weekends, because I just chill. I'll do a little bit of work, or when I'm done with the real estate, go hit up a nice restaurant, eat, and then just relax, man. Because, like, I can't do anything after I eat. You will not work hungry? Ooh, the other approach. Yeah, I personally, I just do bad, like, when I'm full. I kick it. You should start with it. That's what I do. Right when I wake up, I down a water bottle. So, like, right when I wake up and I get to, like, my office, I have 3 water bottles waiting for me. And I take the first one and I chug it. And then pretty much, and then the second one, I'm down with the second water bottle by the time we're, like, live. That's why I'm taking that first bathroom break, usually. Because I'm already, like, 1-2 water bottles deep by then. And then I'll have the third one. And then usually on the first bathroom break, I could go reload the water bottle stash. And then we're good to go. But yeah, always. You're supposed to. They say it's good. You're supposed to wake up right off the bat when you wake up and then drink at least 8 ounces of water. I don't order through Instacart. Where is Instacart? Hold on. Netflix going up. DraftKings 52-week high. High ticker's trying to move a little bit. At 100 to play. Well, you got a couple of earnings, and I don't know. Even if you are just sitting on a X amount of money right now, too, and you're like, I got this amount. I want to do this. I want to do that. Just remember, there's a couple of earnings this week. So if you could even just be a little bit more patient, you do have a couple of big name or potentially big name movers. We went over again Celsius, Uber tomorrow morning. That could be one. I would maybe go after Celsius, Datadog, or Uber. And again, 2 of those are in the morning tomorrow. Need to do a little bit more. You drink Death Wish coffee, $20 a bag, but you mix it with cheaper coffee. So say if you're not buying from restaurants, it's extremely caffeinated coffee. I have a coffee machine at the house, but I was going to, I would drink a lot of caffeine, bro. Some days I could even down a Red Bull in the morning when I was drinking caffeine. I would love that sometimes. Sometimes, bro, a Red Bull at like 6 a.m. Oh, it's probably one of the best feelings in the world. But yeah. Why'd you stop? I don't know. I have no idea. I had Celsius. Celsius is really good. Celsius is kind of crazy, bro. Low key, Celsius has a lot of caffeine. Espresso machine, I'm afraid I drink it like coffee. Well, listen, if you guys really drink coffee, like an espresso machine is well worth it. Like a good Nespresso. I had an espresso phase for a little bit. Might be a greedy short here. If it does go down, I mean, this is right at open or not. So again, we have 17 minutes here remaining, and this is going to be the whether or not we close green on this Monday. You're on that phase. It's okay. It happens. Didn't think you'd take her side. No, it's a phase, bro. If you actually drink espresso, the espresso, like an espresso is legit, bro. It's expensive and it's kind of a waste of money, but if you actually drink coffee like a religion and like stick it in the machine and like you go and get the pods and then your girl gonna go out at the mall, they got a nice one on fucking Rodeo. It's insane. You know, they taste really, really good and it's really efficient, but then it's just like you'll get over it. I got over it. That's it. I used it for like 3 months every day. I loved it. It was the greatest thing. And then I eventually got over it and then I never used it again. And then I gave it to Lending Tips because his wife wanted an espresso machine. So I said, here, just take mine. I said, I haven't. That's it. I got back into Starbucks. Mm-hmm. You say pods? Yeah, like they're little pods. Like you just put them in, you just stick a little pod in the machine and then like in a minute it's fire. I would do it. I used to have them in my videos, I think, bro. Back in the day when I first started streaming, I was all up on that Nespresso. You have no idea, bro. Yeah, it's like a baby K-cup. Yeah, it's like a Keurig, but just different. It's just like the fancy Keurig. You could get a cheaper one, too. I'm still in Bill. Not in the long term. I got to make my deposits. So all my deposits didn't go through because of the account shift. So I still got to send them over. My favorite color, gold. I think that's the double shot. They were just good, bro. I haven't had one in years, though. It's been years. You have 20K chilling. Should I just throw it in Bill? If you're doing absolutely nothing with the money, then why not? You know what I'm saying? You're not missing out on a lot, but it's still money. So, like, I think you're missing out on what? You're missing out on $110 a month. That's it. So you could be getting $110 a month with 20 grand. Just by doing nothing. I think even a little bit more now at this point. So it's like, if that money truly is doing nothing, it's within your means to stick it into a money market or bill, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't need it. You know the value is not going to go lower, and you'll get an extra $120, $110 a month. If that is worth it to you, then yeah, I would do it. Otherwise, I mean, that is the only thing you're missing out on by not putting it into bill. So that's like what though? That's like $1,200 a year though. Not too bad. At one point, that used to be like a Toyota car payment. Nowadays, that'll get you like maybe half of a Camry. Not really, but still not too bad. Can you lose money in the money market when they change the dollar to 99? You can, I believe. That's what it gets settled at. Or again, if the money market has any issues, 100%. That's what we've talked about. You know, all these assets are relatively risk-free, but assuming the obvious that the money market system, the bond system fails there, then we would have an issue. Can you explain how money markets work? That I leave it for the dudes who have the licensing. Otherwise, when I was a kid, though, when I first made my first long term, I had no idea what a money market was. I was like, "Where's my money?" Because they used to like automatically like sweep your money into a money market, and I was like, "I didn't invest in the money market." So but I'll leave that to the CFA guys. since none of this is a recommendation. But Investopedia has great breakdowns of it all. Kirby mentioned Biden administration, the value of such pause. Where are all of these Kirby quotes coming from? We got, 12 minutes? $10-minute rig. TLT was awful today. Again, just the way the bonds moved, TLT, IEF, the whole curve moved quite a bit. So even though you gave up all of the non-farm movement today, so for no damn reason, maybe this is the effect of bond supply this week, but ever since the rally on non-farms, you have literally given it back. So the market's higher from the non-farms on Friday, but now the bond market is back to the Thursday close. You think the Cybertruck would be a good flip? Initially, I don't know how many they're going to come up with, but if you get the first round of them, you're going to make like 20 to 40 grand in premium to sell them. So the first couple of releases, people always pay money for those cars, no matter what it is. Do y'all not, a car you could get dirt cheap right now? It's not even cheap, but comparatively, it's mind-blowing. You could get the Hummer EV at MSRP right now. You could get a Hummer EV. That car was going $120,000 above at one point. You could go get the Hummer EV literally market price. So, I don't know. Again, the Honda SI has a premium still. The market's still weird, but any car like that where it's just it's an enjoyment car and, rich people would want it and it's not out, people will pay you hand over fist for that. I think the Cybertrucks are going to sell like hotcakes. I think a lot. I already have an order. Everybody already has an order. We just can't get them. You bought a Toyota one? Oh, I love those, bro. Yeah, bro. I love the new body and the inside of all the new Toyotas. I fucking love them. Good pickup. Toyota, do. Escondido. That's a San Diego one, Yeah, bro, I see them a lot. They're clean. I see them on TikTok. I see crazy builds of the Tacomas. I love all the new Toyotas, man. From the Prius to the Tacoma, Tundra, all of them. Forerunner over 302,000 miles going. Yeah, probably bulletproof. I was VMW on the high. 10-minute rigged. You're a little bit out of there. I'm not going to play Uber. We have covered calls and long-term shares, but I don't have any fresh or new directional play leading into earnings. Well, that's it. You only got 8 more minutes left, man. Welcome to the power hour. The final power hour of the first day of daylight savings. I have no idea what I'm saying right now. I'm just trying to tell you it was daylight savings and it feels later because it is, but it's not. But yeah. And I think we might close green, but you could just as easily close red. Again, that was the 10-minute rigged. We'll see the final 5 and then where that takes us. All right, WEC. Cart was good. At least I hope it closes green. Oracle on the high. Everything. High-low ticker is 50-50. Our staples are in the green. Healthcare is still good. Your heart rate hit 208 from just standing up on the weekend. Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, wait, why, bro? That's not normal. Oracle. Yeah, 208 is insane. What was your blood pressure? Yeah, or were you on drugs? I think that would be the only explanation. Check your blood pressure if that happens again. Yeah, if you weren't on drugs, it might be a blood pressure thing. And then if your blood pressure goes high with a high heart rate, though, even without it, it'll be very, very bad. Yeah, you should get an Apple Watch too. If you have weird heart issues, the Apple Watch at least it'll warn you or somebody if you die. So I don't know if that's helpful, or if it detects anything irregular before you detect it, it'll let you know. Novo to buy 4.8 billion shares. Wait, who? Yo, what is this? Novo to buy 4 billion shares from Novo Holdings. I have a really weird Novo headline. Your uncle is doing construction and cut off all of his fingers this weekend. Do I want to see a picture? No. I'm going to pray, though, but my goodness. Does he know that you're soliciting these pictures? If so, make him a TikTok and let him go viral off of it. Oh, wow. We're running up, but yeah, look at the time. I didn't notice. I did not notice. Oh my goodness. Where is it? That's crazy, bro. How are we already here? Well, anyways, I don't have much time. I got to get going. The new guy is going to come out. So for those listening, I just want to give you an update. When the new guy gets here, I'm going to tell you earmuffs because he is extremely loud. So we've enjoyed you guys today. A lot of you have contributed. You've had good laughs, good questions. We've had great discussion, and you guys have been an amazing audience. So the last thing I want to do is disturb you, and that's why we have to give you this warning, because some people have reported eardrums bleeding. They've said dormant baby back bitch has come back to life to haunt them, and a lot of other chronic and non-chronic issues have arisen. So I just want to make sure you're safe and protected. So that's why when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your cue to lower the speakers, because we just want you to have the best environment possible. So this is my way of letting you know it's about to get wild. So I hope that you heed the warning. And if not, I hope you enjoy what happens next. You know what I'm saying? I hope you enjoy what happens next. So amen, amen. But earmuffs, please. So mute. This is your time. Earmuffs. Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch listen main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 67 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the market would do nothing, because bulls and bears, if you did a daily, you probably got clapped. So good news is we still got more to deal with in the markets, and we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask from you is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. So, Chad, I pulled it up here. RTX, Biden may double the Iron Dome arsenal with increased military aid to Israel. That came out when I put RTX up. But SPY, probably going to close green, Chad. You're holding the little baby gap up, but another green Monday, it looks like. It got a little bit weird there. The bonds are still a little bit weird. A couple more earnings after the bell. But, Chad, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Shares, futures, options. If it is options, make sure it's on earnings or not, because you got some after the bell. If you're playing earnings, you could stick around and get ready for it. But either way, you have less than 30 seconds. We're starting off the week good. It's already been wild, and now you need to bring it home. And welcome to November, man. It's about to be, that's it. It's already almost Tuesday now. That's it. This day is over. It flew by. Less than 10 seconds. Oh, my goodness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Brought good vibes, personalities, plays, info, news, anything, baby. God bless you in good game. That's what I'm talking about. You think you're the best chat in the world? It don't matter without a GG. The worst chat in the world, nobody cares if you don't drop a GG. You can't show respect for one person. You just natural baby back bitch. I need the GG from everybody. Everybody. Prove something. Show you in the game, baby. Everybody. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, I see you too, Twitch. I hope you know he's stronger as one. God bless you. Everybody.